And we hope that with your help and your support, we are going to institutionalize it and see whether we can organize this workshop every year, particularly for researchers, you know, because this is a post-grad kind of thing that one needs to know, particularly when you are confronted with some research questions. So we are going to start, but before we start, I would like to maybe make sure that, first of all, when I start talking, I will switch off my camera. It's because, you know, in terms of efficiency, when your camera is on, sometimes it impacts on the quality of the sound. So we want to really give priority to the sound. So I'll switch off the camera when I start talking. So that's one. Secondly, because we know that we are under load shedding, if it happens that from my side, there is a problem with electricity and we lose connection, please don't go because I've got plan B. So I will be able to switch off to the other computer that I'm charging now, so that if in case there is that problem, we can go to I can use the other computer. So don't really leave the meeting if that happens. Even in terms of connectivity itself, sometimes it poses problem. So please don't leave. Just bear with me for a few minutes, then we'll see what we can do. And the third announcement is that this meeting will be recorded, and the purpose for recording the meeting is for if someone wants to really go back to what we've been discussing, you can ask and request it from us, and then we'll share with you the recording. So that's why we are recording it, and Koketso is the one that is going to record for us. And thank you very much, Koketso, for organizing everything and to make it possible today so that we can have this workshop. And I see on the bottom here, I don't know if everyone is familiar with Zoom, but when you go at the bottom of your screen, there are some options there. For instance, when we start on the left, there is the mic. So if you are not talking, please, your mic should be muted. And there is video, and yeah, you can mute it, or you can activate or deactivate. For instance, if you want to ask a question or you want people to see you, yeah, that's good. You can activate the video. Then there is participant, chat, share screen, record, and the reaction. So I want to talk about the reaction here. When you click on the reaction, you see different options. So when you want to talk, it's better you raise your hands, because, you know, we don't see each other, and if we have to talk at the same time, it will be a little bit problematic. So it's better you raise your hand, then I will see you here, or Koketso could see you, and then we'll allow you, we'll give you the floor so that you can ask a question or you can talk. And apart from the raising the question, there are other options like thumbs up and all those kind of things. So yeah, the chat also, you can use the chat, because sometimes you can, if you are facing a problem, maybe you want me to be aware of what you are facing as a challenge, you can put it on the chat. Then I can, because there will be a time where I will be reading the chat. So I can go to the chat and see what is happening. So yeah, that's it. Before I start, the last point is I just wanted to make sure if we all have our computers installed with R and RStudio, because we are going to use RStudio. So I'm going to do some demonstration from my side, but you need to have yours also open so that when we are doing the demonstration, so that we can be able to follow, you will follow from what I'm showing you, then you can be able to apply it. Because in the file that I've sent you, there are scripts. So I'm gonna use the very same script that I sent you, so that we can go through the demonstration or whatever we are going to show you. So it's very important that you have R. If you don't have R now, it's better that you use the invite that was sent to you. There are the links there so that you can be able to download R and R Studio and install it before we start the practical. Thank you very much. And I don't know if there is any other thing that I should be aware of before we start. Maybe you can raise your hand to, yeah, I can see Kokecho has already started the recording. Yeah, Zokile, you have the floor. I see your hand is raised, you have the floor.
Hello, Doc. Thanks for recognizing me. I just want to let you know that I haven't yet downloaded R. I think, if I remember well, you said we are going to be guided on how to download it during this workshop, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there was a, yeah, I think it's a mistake or a misunderstanding. The first invite was that you need to download R. I don't know if you have that, okay, give me 1 minute. Let me find where this invite is so that I can show you where the invite is and how to download it. But thank you very much for raising that because it's important. Without R, you will not be able to follow what the discussion properly, particularly in the practical. So you need the practical, you need R so that you are able to follow whatever we are discussing. Just give me 1 minute. I'm trying to open the invite. Yeah, this is the invite. I don't know if you can you see my screen? This is the invite.
Yes,
did you see Zokile? Did you see this invite? Yeah, when you go down here, you see this. Yeah, this is the link where I'm pointing. This is the first link where you need to download R. And this is the second link when you need to download R Studio. So what I would suggest is that as we are going through, I don't know if you are alone where you are. It could have been better that you start downloading R and R Studio as we are going through the theoretical part. But it's okay, even if you don't, you can miss the first practical, but we will allow you during the first practical so that you can download, so that when we start the second practical, then you can follow, because this meeting is being recorded. So you can go back to the first practical and do the assessment on your own. So I think that will be how we can do it at this moment. Is that okay with you, Zokile?
Yes, that is okay. I think the only thing I wanted to check is which package do we download?
Yes, the package, you don't have to download the package. I didn't want you to download the package now because it will be part of the training as we are going to do it. Because, yes, because some people, it will be their first time to be exposed to R. So it's better that you also show them how to download the package. So that's why I didn't want you to download any package. Just download R and R Studio. As we go along, then I will show you that this is the package that you need, and this is how you download the package. So it's part of also trying to show to colleagues how you can also download a package. So that's why I didn't recommend people to download any package. But if there are people who have downloaded, it's okay. But the idea was just for us to be able to show colleagues who are not yet exposed to R how to download a package and all those activities that are involved in that process. Yeah. Is that okay now?
Yes, it is okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And someone else before I start? And feel free, this is an informal thing. We are just doing it, we are amongst ourselves. So feel free and don't have any problem. I see in the chat someone saying that it's using Mac version 10.10 and they failed to download R for Mac. Okay, I'm used to Windows, but I think in the download page, there are options. There are options for Mac, options for Linux, and for Windows. And I don't know how I will be able to help you with this because I've never used that and I only use Windows. So we'll see. Let's talk about it when we go to the practical in the chat, the question in the chat. So let me start now, but if you have Zukile, you can put your hand down because it's still raised. Yeah, unless if you have a new question. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to share my screen now. But you know, when I'm sharing the screen, sometimes you can't see other things on the side. So what I will do after talking maybe 3 minutes or 5 minutes, I will check on the side to see whether people have raised the hand or not. So bear with me. Don't say that I'm ignoring you if you've raised your hand. I didn't see it. It's because when I'm sharing the screen, I don't see other parts of Zoom, particularly when people are raising the hand. So I have to check both sides. So bear with me, but I will be checking intermittently so that I can be able to give you the flow. So this is my slide, and sorry, give me 1 minute. I said I need to mute my video so that we can maximize on the efficiency. Yeah, this is my slide. This is the slide, and I've shared this slide. I've emailed you this slide. So even if you can't see it properly, you can follow from your computer also because I've shared it with you in the email. So this workshop is just a kind of introducing us to spatial econometrics, particularly the applied side. And we take spatial econometrics as one of the frameworks to analyze spatial data, because spatial data is analyzed in different ways. So you have different methods, you have different, like spatial statistics, it's something else also. So we are not going to talk about spatial statistics here. We are not going to talk about the geostatistics, which is mostly used in epidemiology, in ecological studies, for instance. But here we are just going to focus on spatial econometrics, which is a component of spatial data analysis. And we are going to focus just on the application kind of side. We are not going to deal much with the theory and all those kind of things. So it is important that we know that. And this is not a formal course of spatial econometrics. So it's just a workshop to assist us and to introduce ourselves to spatial econometrics. And the focus, we are going to focus on the applied side, as I said. And in spatial econometrics, like in econometrics, you have cross-section data, and there are methods that you deal with that someone has to use when you have cross-section data. There are methods that you use when you are dealing with panel data. There are methods that you use when you are dealing with time series and so forth and so on. So even in spatial econometrics, we do have also cross-section data, so where the time dimension is not really a problem. And we also have panel data. So in this workshop, we'll only deal with cross-section. So we are not going to deal with panel data. That could be maybe something that we can consider in future to do spatial econometrics for panel data. So we are going to focus on cross-section and the methods, for instance, how to use or which method to use to estimate the spatial econometric models. So the maximum likelihood, two-stage least squares, and the GMM, for instance. But this method, we are not going to really dwell into theories in terms of demonstrating how. No, we are not going to deal with that. We'll just mention why it is important to use this method, then others, then we'll go to the practical. And we'll use RStudio, and I've received some emails from yesterday. RStudio, RStudio is just like those who are used to MATLAB and Stata. It's an interface of R. So you can use R without using RStudio, but RStudio is an interface. It gives you an efficient way of doing the analysis than R. Even, some people say the aspect, the appearance of R is ugly. So RStudio makes it a little bit sexy. So RStudio is just an interface of R. So you need to have both. You need to have installed both, because RStudio cannot work without R, because the background work is done in R. But when it is presented to you as the user, it is presented in that platform, in that interface, which is RStudio. So we're going to use RStudio in practical. And I hope that for those that have not managed to install, we will see in the first practical, maybe you'll miss part of it, but we'll give you time to install. It's not difficult to install, it's very easy. I will go through that process with you while others will be on break so that you can be able to install. And when we come for the second practical, then you are able to follow also through. So, and what we aim with this workshop is that when we finish this workshop, you'll be able to understand the principles of spatial data science, because there is spatial data science. As there is data science, there is also spatial data science, so that you can be able to understand and how to apply economic research questions, in the case where you have spatial data, or in case where you want to analyze, regions, or you want to analyze the effect of geography or locations. So that's what we are aiming. And you also need to differentiate. You need to be able to differentiate between spatial data, because spatial data, you have different kind of them. Like you have also panel data, cross-section data, time series. So the same applies also in this case. So you will be able to do that. And the other thing is you learn, excuse me, my screen has just done something here. I just need, okay. You'll also be able to learn different specification of spatial econometric models and how to estimate them in R. So we are using R, but you can also, spatial econometrics is not only whatever the estimation, the computation is not just in R. You can also use Stata. You can also use MATLAB, but R is very efficient. That's according to me. The reason being, first of all, R is free of charge, so you don't need a license. You can just download it, and R, because it's an open source, there is development every day. There is development, so you can also take advantage of that. So that's why I prefer to use R. But there are certain situations that, as a researcher now, you might face that requires you to use other software. So you don't have just to neglect. So that would be my advice, because I remember there was a time where I wanted to do a regression using a mixed model, and in R it was giving me, because I had my data was huge, but in R it was, so it took me maybe a day just to finish that regression. In fact, it didn't even, I didn't even finish the computation, because my computer froze, but I was able to do some of that work in Stata. So you don't have to neglect. You just have to be aware that, okay, while I'm using R, I can also use something else. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing. Let me check now my screen if there is something in terms of people. Okay, there is no one. Okay, so these were the objectives, and the workshop will run for 2 days. We'll start like we've started today at 9:30. But at the end, we've put the 6:16. Okay, this was just when we were preparing the face-to-face, but we might finish earlier than that. So we'll see. We'll see but we might finish before that. There will be some breaks between, but if you feel that I'm going, because sometimes even students, they complain, they say, you don't give us too much, you don't give us many breaks. You just talk after 3 hours. Then you say break, but you are already done. So if you feel that you need a break, you can just raise your hand and we can take a break. But here we'll have a break at I think it will be, now we've started at 9:30, maybe 9:30, maybe let's say 11, we'll have a break of 10 minutes. Then we start again. Then we'll have a lunch break. Then we continue. So we'll have lectures like the one that I'm doing now. Then there will be practical also. So you need to, yes, the bullet number 5 there is obvious, because you all have your computer, you are seated on your computer, that's why you are, unless there are people who are following us via cell phones, but you need to have a computer so that you are able to do also the practical. Even if you are following the session via cell phone, you can do that. So the last bullet there is saying that the data that we are going to use and the R script, I've emailed you, I think it was the other day, yesterday, yeah, I think it was yesterday. I've done that. So we are going to use that. If there's people who still have challenges, we'll see what we can do. So this is the outline of what we are going to discuss today. So we'll start with the introduction to spatial data, then we go to the practical, so that you see what we mean by spatial data. Then the second topic in this lecture will be the notion of spatial dependence. Very important, because this is the future of spatial data, or even spatial econometrics itself. Because if there is no spatial dependence, you can't talk about spatial econometrics. So it's very important. Then we'll go to the practical number 2, so that we can see what we mean by spatial dependence and do some practical work there. After that, now we start with spatial econometrics, because we had already laid the ground with what is spatial data, what is spatial dependence. Now let's talk about spatial econometrics, but the focus will be on the specifications and the estimation of spatial effects. Then we'll do practical 3.1 and 3.2. So we'll have 5 practical. I think it's 4. Yeah, 4 practical. So that's how the outline is. Let me check if there is someone who has raised his hand. No, there isn't. So let's start with spatial data. And before we start with spatial data, we just want to give the motivation, because this is very important. We need to understand why spatial data analysis. As we can see, there is a shift in terms of considering the economic agent. Economic agent, we talk, it could be household, it could be an individual, it could be a company, or it could be a country. Most of the time in economics, when we analyze that economic agent, we analyze that agent as if the agent is an atomic decision-making kind entity. And we don't really take into account that that entity is in a space, and in that space, there are some interactions that happen. And because of those interactions, they might influence the decision that a given economic agent is taking. Let's take the example of household. When you look at household in terms of even the consumption, We say consumption depends on your income level, and you just analyze the relationship between a given household and the income level. But you forget that that household lives in a certain community whereby there could be some interactions. It's not just your income that pushes you to take a certain decision. It could be because you want, you are influenced by others. You want others also to see you. That could be also the reason. Or you want to be like others. So those effects, although we are not able to measure, to observe them, we cannot observe them. Because we cannot observe them, then you can't measure them. But it doesn't mean that they don't exist. They do exist. So how do you take that into account? So that's why we are giving an example of peer effect, for instance. This applies marginally when you look at in the education sector, for instance. You are looking at the performance of students at school or university. There is that kind of behavior, the peer effect can play, copycatting behavior. This happens a lot when you are analyzing, for instance, local government, whether it is expenditure or revenue, they copy each other. So how do you take that into account? The diffusion, this happens in terms of technology, for instance. How do you take that into account? The imprint in terms of social networks, people who go to the same church, or people who belong to the same club, or people belong to a club, or people who interact, they tend to behave in the same way. So when you take that group of people and you are analyzing them as if they are atomic individuals, then there is a problem because you are missing that interaction. Spatial externalities, very important, for instance, the same like spatial diffusion in terms of spillovers, local government, public expenditure, for instance. It's very important. So this is the motivation, substantive motivation, why we need to analyze data, taking into account the space dimension. And we can go on and on. For instance, spatial mismatch. There is a theory of spatial mismatch, where, for instance, they will tell you that the lower income people, where they reside, they don't have economic opportunities. Economic opportunities are far away from where they are. So already when you mention that, there is space that you bring into that discussion. So why don't you take that into account? Why don't you take spatial dimension into account? Spatial disparities, the same applies in terms of income distribution, for instance. You take the space and you will find that people who are in the north, for instance, they are well off than people who are in the west. So space is also involved there. So then you need to understand, why is that the case? Why is it that people who are in the south, for instance, are poorer than people who are in the north? What is it with the space in this case? The neighborhood effect, this applies also in terms of crime, for instance. It could be that the neighborhood effect is the one that is driving crime in a certain area than in the other area. So space becomes very important, as you can see, and you are, all of you here, you are researchers in terms of your own right. You can think of many examples where you can involve space, you see. Trying to look to check again if there is any hand raised. There isn't. Let me go now. Then that was the substantive kind of motivation. Now, there is also another motivation based on the availability of data, because even before, you could have all these motivations, but there is no data recorded in a way that it will allow you to do that analysis in the way that you want it. So now we do have availability of data. I'm telling you, in the US, for instance, there is data, publicly available data, where, for instance, crime happens in a certain city. They will give you where the crime took place, even the longitude and latitude, to say this crime happens on this street, but not only on this street, but on this spot. And that data is published. And that data is important because you can be able to analyze why is it that we do have, this is the hotspot of crime. What is happening with this area, for instance? You see, so the availability of data also is a motivation now that we see a drive toward spatial data analysis, because data is available. We're giving now, for instance, example of social media. With social media, you are able to, you can give the location of the individual where the SMS was sent or the WhatsApp was sent or where the individual is, the street addresses. So the availability of data is one of the motivation also. Not only that, even the computational technology. Now we do have computers who can access these big data just on your computer. Imagine 50 years or even not even 50 years, just 20 years ago, yeah, it was impossible to do that. You have maybe to find a specific or particular computer maybe so that you can be able to do that analysis. So those are the reasons why we are seeing the drive toward spatial data analysis. Even in our case here in South Africa, for instance, you've seen what was happening with it, and it continues with COVID-19. So they were showing us, no, this COVID now is happening in Mpumalanga. They will show you what is. So that's spatial data analysis. They were able to do that because they collected data and they attached data to the location. And because they do that, you are able to do the analysis. So, and I'm telling you, it will increase even faster now as we are progressing. So let me check. Now we've given the motivation. I'm just checking if there are people who have raised their hands. No. Let me now talk about typology of spatial data. Now that we know the motivation, why is it important? Why do we see that drive? It is important that we understand spatial data. Like any econometrician or any data analyst, you need to understand your data. Is it cross-sectional so that you know which analysis to apply to it? Or is it panel data so that you know? So we give a definition, and I know everyone, we know what is data. So that's what bullet number 1 is saying. But in bullet number 2, we are saying spatial data is also data. So the very same way you define the data as being numbers or symbols that represent some attributes. So the keyword there is attributes. So spatial data is also data because there is an attribute, which are represented by symbols or by numbers. But spatial data is not like any data, you see? Why is it so? So that's what we are going to see. There are 2 elements that need to be combined so that we can say this is spatial data. The first element is location. And I've already started talking about it when I was in the 2 previous slides. Location. And that location should be ambiguous, and it should have a meaning, kind of meaningful information to define places. Then you have the attributes, like you have it in the normal data, non-spatial data. So we can say, for instance, your attribute is you are looking at employment or unemployment. So if this is the attribute, then where unemployment, where you say unemployment per word, for instance, and you have the word, you have the information of the word in terms of where they are located, then in that case, you have spatial data because there is that attribute and there is the location. So that's what makes spatial data different from the other data because of the location. So the location, information for the location is what makes spatial data different. So that's a simple definition, and I think all of you know that. But it's important that we reiterate it because as we go along, we'll see why it is important. So this is just to say, in practice, people refer to location as objects sometimes. So object could be or study area. you'll hear when you read in the literature, they say study area, whatever. So object could be the whole country, South Africa, for instance. It could be N2, a road. It could be also that neighborhood or enumerated areas, like what StatSA does. They collect data, they sample their data from the enumerated areas, which are the group of household, they group household maybe in 100 or up to 200, then they call it, this is an enumerated area. Then they call it, they sample, they collect the information on the sample household. They go to another one. So those areas, if you have the information about their location, where they are seated, where they are located specifically, then you have information in terms of household income, whatever, then that's spatial econometrics, or that's spatial data, sorry for that. So there are different ways of representing the location. So now this is geography. So the normal way, which we all know, is in 2 dimensions, where you have, so that you can see in 2 dimensions, but it can be 3 dimensions, whatever, but in 2 dimensions. That's why we're gonna use longitude and latitude, so that we can see the northern and the eastern. That's what normally we use in our case. So let me check, still no end. I'll continue. So this is important. Now we've defined spatial, what is spatial data, 2 dimensions, location and the attributes. So the locations, now we talk about location, the space. They can be represented in different ways. They can be points, lines, or they can be areas or grids. The points are the point of coordinates, like longitude and latitude. So they will say crime happens on this spot, and they can give you the location in terms of the longitude and latitude, like you do with your GPS. You are somewhere, then you want to send someone to come and fetch you, you just send on WhatsApp, you can just send location. So that person, the information that is given to that person is longitude and latitude. So GPS will locate and will say, this place is here. Even if you are in the United States, they give you the very same location. It will lead you to here. So it means that that place is unique. There is no other place which has got that information. So that's why we're saying that the information for the location should be unambiguous. So that's what it means. So it gives you a specific place here on Earth. So point data, or point, they are just the pairs of those coordinates, longitude and the latitude. The lines are those points, but they are ordered in a sequence. They are ordered so that they can form a straight line. So it's not just one point or one pair of points or several points or pairs of points which are given in a way that is not ordered. But here in line, there are sequences. Let's say the point longitude is 1, latitude is 1. So the second point, it will be longitude 1.2, latitude also will be 1 point something. So they order them and they sequence them so that they can form the line. And this happens a lot. Okay, in economics, it's very difficult to use this, but it can happen. For instance, people who are dealing with transport, for instance, because they deal with corridors and so they can also apply this data also. But it's not more often in economics. It's normally people who are dealing with infrastructure, people who are dealing with the geographers, in terms of rivers and streams and roads, those kind of things. So the third category of location, it could be an area. An area is also an ordered point, but they are in rings. You see, rings. So they form let's say a circle or a shape, certain shape, and they are connected. So that's the other element. So you connect them. And we call them polygons. Like Johannesburg, they can give you the polygon of Johannesburg. So the polygon, it's that information of all the points that are in Johannesburg. Then they are connected as a ring, and they give you an area. That's what we call an area. And in spatial econometrics, we, like in economics also, we normally deal with those, the areas. And the grid, the same logic with area, but the grid is you divide it. These are collection of points that are divided in a rectangular or whatever shape, that these cells that are formed of the grid, they are of the same dimension. This happens mostly in people in agriculture, for instance. People who are trying to assess, for instance, let's say the soil, to look at the quality of soil. So they can take a plot of land, then they divide the land into grids. They have a grid into cells. So now they start to understand each portion in that cell to understand whether the soil is changing or is it. So they do that. But in economics, we really don't do that. But I just want to come back to the areas. The way we've defined areas, so it's like they are regular, so the shape could be regular. But in reality, when you look at our, let's say, provinces or municipalities or countries or wards or neighborhoods, the shape is not that regular. The shape is irregular because you can't say it's a square or it's a circle, or so it's irregular. So normally we deal with that in reality. So they are still areas, but they are irregular in terms of the form that we've taken. So in spatial econometrics, or in this course, in this workshop, we'll deal with mostly irregular areas. And to some extent, we can also deal with point data. But I will talk in the following slide to tell you point data, what it is and which kind of spatial data analysis or method that you need to use so that we can be able to analyze whatever you analyze. Let me check now my screen. So there isn't yet anyone who was asking a question. Okay. Yeah, let me go. So this bullet here is just to say, now that we know what spatial data is, its location and attributes, and the location, we also know the location can be given in different forms. It could be point, it could be lines, it could be in areas, it could be in grid. And now that we know that, we need to also understand that spatial data analysis, like it is with the normal kind of data, there is no uniformity, or it's not like there is one branch of method or group of method that deal with spatial data. It isn't. So you will see each type of the locations as we've given them, points, grid, line, and areas, they do have a specific kind of branch of method that you have to deal with them, you see? So for instance, the point data, like I was telling you, mostly it's in point pattern analysis. Point pattern analysis, it's a specific branch that deals with point data. And in economics, we also deal with point data, but we don't use spatial econometrics. We use point pattern analysis. For instance, in the case of events, or in the case of concentration of, let's say, industries, because companies, the location of companies will be provided as points. So there will be the longitude and the latitude of company A, longitude and latitude of company B, longitude and latitude of company C. So they are points. You can map them. You can put them on the map. Now you are trying to understand innovation, for instance. So innovation becomes the event. So you can plot companies that have innovated on the map based on the point that you have, and we call them events. And most of the study there, or the prominent research question in that kind of area, is to understand whether there is concentration of companies that are innovating, or whether there is repulsion. You see? So concentration, it means that they will tend to be located in one area, and you calculate the distance also. So it's another, but the idea is just concentration, clustering, or they are chasing themselves out or crowding themselves out. You can take an example of shopping malls. Take an example of ShopRite and Pick and Pay, and try to get all the points of where these shops are located, and to see whether these shops are in competition, because if they are in competition, they will not tend to be in the same place. They will tend to be a little bit separated. And you can do that analysis so that you can understand. If you see that, then you can say, oh, then these are companies that are in competition, or these are companies that are clustered. Maybe they learn from each other. So it's another topic, and we are not going to deal with that in today. The other topic is geostatistics. Geostatistics is mostly applied in environmental science. So I see Jean-Luc is here. He's very interested in environmental economics. You can use geostatistics, because in geostatistics, you don't consider the point or the spatial object as discrete. You know, in terms of the point, they are discrete. So a point, one point is here, the other one is located to the other, next to it, but a little bit far. But in environmental, for instance, when you are looking at the pollution, the space is continuous. So it's not like there are some breaks. There are no breaks. It's continuous. It starts from A, it goes up to the X, for instance. So spatial geostatistics, you can use that. So it's another branch, which I don't know, I've never studied it. What I know is maybe point pattern analysis, I've studied it, yes. So in spatial econometrics, we deal mostly with area data. We can also call them aerial, as I put there, even point data, but not point data to the extent of doing point analysis. No, we don't do that. We just use them as point data and aerial, then we do the analysis. We don't deal here with point pattern analysis. It's something that we can discuss another day. I can see there isn't still any end. Let me just continue. Okay, I think we are done with the first topic, where I was just trying to give you the motivation and then give you the kind of the typologies of spatial data, particularly insisting on the location, how the location object is presented or can be given to you. Then we also discuss that according to the location, the shape or the, I can say the nature of the location, then you need to apply a different method, for instance. Talked about point pattern analysis, geostatistics, and spatial econometrics. Maybe before I finish, in point pattern analysis and geostatistics, they form part of what is called spatial statistics. For those who study spatial statistics, so there will be a component of point pattern analysis, then a component of geostatistics. But now, because economists, particularly those who are studying concentration and those kind of things, they are very interested in point pattern. So there is a new term that has been created. There is a book that was published, I think, last year, And that book is presenting the point pattern analysis, but focusing on economics. They've coined a certain terminology. They call it microeconometrics. Micro with MI, microeconometrics. So when you come across that book or that terminology, you need to know that it's point pattern analysis, but applied in economics. So it's a new term and it's coming. It hasn't yet gotten the momentum, but it's there. So I think what I will do, let me stop here. Then I can take questions if there are. Then we go to the practical up to 11. Then we take 10-minute break. Then we come back again. Let me stop sharing. I see Prof. Sorry, Prof. It's only now that I've seen you and you see my screen is giving me problem. Prof. Ngepa, you can fine. Open your mic and.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
I'm enjoying your introduction. What I wanted to, if you can accommodate it, is to.
Yeah.
And you should have a reflection of possible data sources. What you've said is right.
Okay.
For us to revisit most of the publications that we had before, the research that had gone based on which policies have been made. But the challenges that we face is to get geo-references.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, even the existing data, you will find that the data is highly aggregated and anonymized. Take, for example, survey data of needs. You find that you don't get point references from them. You have to go there. So if you can reflect the usual data set that we often use, what are the existing geo-references that we can easily get and associate with the data in order to redo those analyses? It would be very useful for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I think that suggestion is very, very brilliant, and I think I will have to do that. But what I can answer, like initial kind of attempt to answer that question, is that it's a challenge in South Africa. In fact, in Africa, it's a challenge. To get data where you have the location, it's a biggest challenge. It has impacted me also when I started in Sachi. We had a very good research question, so we struggled to get the data is there, but they don't give you. They will tell you for confidentiality, according to the Statistics South Africa Act, they are not allowed to give you the location. They collect that data. They collect the information in terms of the location of companies, but they are not allowed. For instance, State is not allowed to share that data. So we tried, we even wrote to the to the statistician general, but the answer was, we said we can anonymize. We are not going to mention the companies, but we are going to deal with, they refuse. So, but what I will do, Prof, I will just maybe, if not today, maybe tomorrow, I will prepare maybe some lines where I will give the data sources where you can find data. Yeah, I can do that. It's okay, I will do that. But the challenge will still be there. Like now in South Africa, what I normally use now, I have to change now to shift my focus of area because I want to apply spatial econometrics, but there is no data. So you will find me now in the research that I'm doing, I'm all over the show. So it's not like I'm focusing on one aspect. No, because of the data limitation. So now, for instance, now I'm using DHS data, DHS, demographic, health and health survey data, for instance. But there you can only talk about economic development or those kind of things. So I'm using that because that one is free. You can just subscribe. For South Africa, they do have some geo-referenced data that they can give you, but even that one also is, they've tweaked it a little bit so that they can protect confidentiality, but at least it's there. So I'm using that. I'm also using community survey data, because with community survey data, there is no geographical information, but what we can do is what you said, Prof. You can aggregate data. You collect data at the household level, but you need to aggregate them up to the world level, because in the world, you can get the data for the world somewhere else. Like, I will show you a website where you can get the geography information for any country, or yeah, you will get it. I will show you that. So you combine that data that the location with the aggregation that you've done from community survey. Now you have your own data. So I've done that also. Yeah, so far in South Africa, that's what I've done. But in Europe, in USA, they do have free data that you can download. From here in South Africa, you just download and you have it. Prof. Eta, you have the floor.
Yes, I think mine is just is a follow-up to what you said, and it's related to what what you just said. You mentioned the challenges of getting data sometimes, that you even spoke to the statistician general, and it was a challenge. They have you have some of those data, but they don't want to. They're not comfortable sharing the data with you. Don't they have? I know I have worked with some organizations where they don't want to give the data, but there is an option where you sign a confidentiality clause or document where you mention that, yes, I'm going to conduct this research in office number 2 at Land Park, UJ, and I confirm that the computer that has those data will not leave my office, and it's only me with access to that computer. Don't they have that kind of an option?
Thank you, Prof. We suggested that to them. We said, we are not even going to get the data to say we get the data for ourselves. If possible, you can allocate a computer in your department who will come and work there. What we want is the result. They refused. So it's a matter of maybe our approach, the way we approached it was not, we were direct. Maybe that could have been the reason. We should have created, first of all, that relationship, first of all, of trust. Because that's what I interpret now, to say maybe that could have been the reason. We should have created a relationship first, so that they can see the importance of what we want to do. They trust us, then we propose whatever we wanted to propose. But we did in the letter. We proposed that, but they refused. So that's the challenge. Thank you, Prof.
No, it's fine. I think you and I can discuss that one after the workshop. Yeah, but it's fine.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Prof. Ngepa?
It's the same suggestion I wanted to make, but I want to carry it that after this workshop, we should have a meeting. This matter needs to be tackled at a higher level.
Yes.
Okay.
Put the protocol in place.
Thank you very much.
You as an individual writing to the statistician general, they will surely despise you. And we need to have a protocol in place. And I'm suggesting that after this workshop, we should follow up with a meeting, Prof. Eta, you, and we check whether we can escalate the matter to the university level to see if there would be a formal collaboration with key organizations that deal with statistics.
Yeah, I'm sure we can sort it out. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And now, Prof. Eta, you still want to talk? Your hand is still raised.
I think let me just lower my hand because I'm being tired.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So now we are done. I don't know the rest of us. PhD student, you should be very excited. This is, very important for you and the master students. Is there any question that you or comment that you want to give at this stage? Please feel free. This is an informal thing. It's not, you don't have to be, there is no stupid question. So any question you ask, if we are able, we'll answer it. If we are not, we'll say we are not able. Okay, thank you very much. There isn't. So what we are going to do now, we are going to see the first, to do the first practical. So I will share my screen. First of all, let me first find out where that slide, that thing is, then I will share. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Let me show you my screen first. And I'm sharing you my folder. This is my folder. I've opened the folder. You can see on top here, it's day 1. So if you've downloaded the thing that I've sent to you, you should have also the same. So in day 1, there is practical 1. So you will open practical 1, like here. I'll click on practical 1. These are the things that I've put on practical 1. So you have, this is community survey data. You have data NUT, and you have up to here. So we are going to open this, which is called MyLab 1.R. That's what we're going to open. But we are not going to open it here as it is. This, I was just showing you that you need to have put them in this way so that when we do the practical, you are able to follow. So this is my folder, and this is the folder that I'm going to use. It's located on this. So I'm going to stop sharing, then go to R. So now I've opened my R. This is R. And don't get surprised. I've put the only difference is that yours should be in white. So the font here the background should be in white. So I've changed mine. I like blue, and so that when I put in white, I can see properly, because the white one, I don't really like it. So let me start here for colleagues that if it's your first time to deal with R, maybe I'll give a few explanations of how R function. This is R Studio. As I said, for you to be able to open R Studio, you need to have R installed also. So I've got R. That's why I'm able to open this, and it opens and it's functioning. As you can see, there are different panels, or they call them pans in R, but they are panels. So you've got 3 and 4. Here, this pan, its work is where you can see your data, you can put your script, and you can, when you have a script, you can run the script. For instance, if I have a script, let's say I put something here. I say X is equal to 1. Then I come here, I click on run. When I click on run, you see something has happened on this pan. So it has given me a value. So here, this is in the second pan where you have your environment where you are working, or you can import data using this. You can do all these things that are on top there, tutorial, connection, history, but now we are in environment. And normally that's what we use. So even these ones, I've never used this one, so I'm not interested in these ones. I'm all interested in environment. I'm also interested in data, import data. I can import data from here also. Then this is the command or the console panel. So when everything that you type here, like in the same of script, if you execute the script, it will happen here. It means that here, instead of writing, if I've got few things to do, I can just type them here. I can just say y is equal to 2. Then I click enter, then it executes. So this is the command, like what you have in Stater. And this is another panel, and you have where you can see the file. Then you can see the plot, packages, help, and viewers. So it gives you all these things. So this is basically R. So what we are going to do when you first start your R, because we want to do that practical, you need to come to where it's written session. You can see session there. You click on session. There are different options or things that you need to do. You can open a new session. So you can open an another session of RStudio if you want. You can terminate, you can restart, you can, but we are interested in this. We are interested in, we want to set our working directory, because now as it is, R is in another direction. It's not where I want it to be. How do you know that where R is, RStudio is? There is a command, it's a base command. I come here in the console, I click get me working directory. That's what it is. Get me or get WD, then I put this, then it means that this it's a function, it's a basic function. It comes with R. You don't need a package. This is a basic function of R, like mean, like standard deviation, like minimum, like maximum. These are the basic or the base functions. So I'm asking R to tell me where I am now. So if I click enter, now R is telling me you are on this C users, Applied and document. So I'm in document, whereas the things that I've saved, the one that I've shown you, they are not here. So they are not in my document. They are somewhere else. Because I want to use them, I need to go where they are so that I'm able. There is a way of trying to circumvent and telling R to just go there, even if you are here. But I think it's very, you are just complicating your life. It's better you work where your things are, because you might make a mistake and you lose your things. So for me, I recommend, this is me, that's how I function. I recommend that every time when you want to work, put your things in a folder and you know where the folder is. And when you open R, like with RStudio, like we've done, tell R to go to that where your things are located so that you start working from there. And the one way to do it is to come on session, click on set working directory. Then you come here, you see there is to source file location, to file span location, but I normally use this one, choose directory. So I'm asking R to choose now for me, and I will choose myself. Then I click choose. You see when I click choose, it opens this. So it goes to where R is now, because it's in my document. That's where it goes. So I need to choose. So my things are saved in my research, and they are in the lectures, UJ, they are in 2020, they are in the workshop, they are in my lab, and they are in distribution, they are in day one. So now I'm there, almost there. Now I click on, so now you won't see anything, but it's okay. You are just showing R that I want you to be there. Then you click OK. It is done. So let me tell you now what has happened. Let me ask R again, get me the working directory. You see what R does? Now, you remember the first time when we clicked, it only stopped here on my document, if you may recall. But now it has given me a long list. So you go to my document, research, lectures, workshop, up to here. So now I'm here. So many steps. So now I'm here. I'm good. So there are two ways of also doing that. Okay, let's just stick to one way first. We've seen where R is, but when you come to this span, you can also see where you are. You click on your find. You can see here in this line where I'm pointing, you can see, I don't know if you can be able to read from your side. You can see it home, research project, lecture. So it's perfect. I don't even have to ask R, because if I go here, it already gives me where I am. And what it lists here, because this is file, it gives me all the files that are in this directory. And if you check properly, you remember I told you that we had community survey. This is community survey. Let me make it big. You can make this pen big by clicking on this square here. I just click it here. You see now it's big. It has, the other one is it on top of the other pen. So now you can a little bit read it properly. So you have consumer, community survey data, all these data. So I have them. So I've done that step. Because I want my lab, you can see my lab is here. My lab 1.R. I can open it from here. There are two ways. I can click here twice, double click. When I double click, it will open in this pen. In this pen here, you will notice something. Let me double click it so that we can see. You see, something has happened. When I've double clicked it, then it came here. It has opened. That's why you see my lab 1R. The script is here now. You can see all the script. From your side, it will be in white, but from my side, just like these colors. So they are there. So there are two ways. I can double click here. Let me just try to take it out. So it's no more there. Instead of double clicking, I can also come here on this second line. You see here this where it says open and existing. I click on open. Because R is now in the folder where I want it to be, it will just open that folder where I am. So practical one, that's where it is. And I want this. I just select it and open. There it is again. So there are two ways of open. Maybe there are many, but I know two ways. Those are the ways that I know. So that's how you call the script that you've already prepared. You call the script into the working directory or into the working session, because this is the working session. So this is the script. Let me stop sharing now and see if there are questions, then I'll come back. Prof. Ngepa, your hand is still raised. Do you have something?
I think you should take us step by step. For those of us who have about R, when you speak, when you do one command, check whether we're taking that step, especially the initiation stage. We really need to be there before we go along.
Okay.
So my challenge is that your RStudio window has 4 panels. Mine has 3. I have console, I have environment, and I have files. Then went to session, select to choose directory, and I chose it. But RStudio just keeps moving and not being able to locate that directory, whereas I have chosen it. So that is the challenge. Perhaps at that level where all the files are there, our window is like yours. Maybe we'll be able to do like you.
Okay. Can you put it? Can you try to put it on the let's say the lowest folder, maybe in my document, and try to see? I see what you are saying, but I'm just saying maybe because it's far and. But if you manage to open it, is it there? You can see your file.
The file is, I mean, the file is in the folder, but on RStudio is up.
It's not there. Okay, let me restart now. Okay, thank you very much. Let me restart from where, let me restart. Thank you very much for that. I'm restarting because it's okay. For the practical, we can spend a lot of time for the practical because that's the main aim of this. So I'm restarting now. So what I will do, I will go to my session and I will say restart.
You have 4 panels and I have 3. Those who install RStudio immediately, they find them with 3 instead of 4 panels.
Yeah, so it means that it's a new, which panels do you have yourself? You have
I have console.
Yes.
I have the files, which you two have.
This one, yes.
Yes, and I have environment.
this one. So you don't have this one.
Yeah, that first one, I don't have it. Yeah, I have console. That one, how is it there?
Okay. Can you click to view? Go to view.
Okay, let me go to view. Yeah.
Click on view and you will see a list. The second one, which is got pens.
Yes.
Then click on show all pens. Select that one. Let's see what will happen.
All right, I think I'm there. It gave me that. Yeah.
So
thanks.
you have now this one.
Yeah, I have that first one. I have 4 like you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. No problem, Prof. That's why we are doing this practical. Because even me, I was lost. Then I realized that it could be the selection of the pen. Because if this one, it's impossible for you not to have this one. Because if you don't have this. Because this is where you write your script, if you want to view your data. So if it is not there, then it will be very difficult to write the script. Thank you very much for that question. And it assisted us. I don't know if... Yes, okay. Prof.
The second related thing was that my folder was not opening.
Okay, now you have it, you will be able to open. So go now to, let's go. Okay, what we do first, can you go to console and ask R, where are you? So you click get WD brackets, then you click enter so that R tells you where you are first.
Get WD bracket, then click enter. Yeah, I'm dealing. I have a problem because as I click enter, it enters, but it doesn't give me the file path.
Oh.
Yeah. I wonder if something's wrong, but I have everything
correctly. Okay, it's not a problem. I think there is a problem there. Maybe I don't know what we can do. Okay, let me suggest now this. Let's go to session on the panel on the left, the top panel, go to the session.
Yeah.
And click on session and go to set working directory.
Yes.
Then click on choose directory. Yes, you've chosen. What is appearing there? What is the window that is open there? Is on which path?
It's on document. It's generic. It's on document. I did that before. So I went and clicked.
Yeah, so you are in document. So you need now to go and search where your thing is. From the document, you can go up to where your things are. So you are in my document, but there is a problem.
Yeah, when I open, now I've opened the where it is, which is, I put my file on desktop on Spatial Workshop.
Okay.
I've seen it. I go to day 1. I go to practical 1. When I open 1, then I click up. Arrow Studio does not recognize it. So it keeps searching, whereas I have opened it using that.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Directly, yeah.
Is it open now?
No, mine cannot open. Well, then let me not delay. Let's go ahead and I'll see how I'll catch up.
Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot, and sorry for what is happening. Okay, so let me stop.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. I mean, for us,
yes.
This is the first time.
Yes.
This is the first time dealing with R. Is there a way where we can write, for example, help in order to get some commands? For example, I know administrator, if you don't know like a certain command, you can just go and say help. Then it gives you like a range.
Yes, we'll see that. It's part of what we are seeing. It's in there. So what I was just showing you was just a simple thing to open. Just open and locate your folder. Then we're gonna start. We haven't done anything in terms of commands, so I'll talk about it. There is, but the question that I should now ask you: are you in the right folder? Are you in the folder where your things are?
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy if you are there, because that's the most important things, and that's what we should do. So now, since you are there, except for Prof. Ngepa that is still having some challenges, let's now go back to R, and we are here. We've opened our MyLab 1. I want you to all to open MyLab 1, and you need to have MyLab 1. So if you have MyLab 1, first of all, in terms of these pens, as you can see, there are 4 of them. You can make them, extend them, make them big, like here, because you want to read everything. I can push this one here. Even in Starter, you do the same. Even this one, I can extend them, even this one. So there is a way of doing it. You can even read it outside of you. So you can take it out of the pen and make it as one page, which I'm going to do so that you can read, but I will bring it back. How do you do that? You go here, you see you are in this pen here, the first one on top on the left. You click on this thing, the second one, you see the one that is like data with an arrow, which is and when you put your cursor there, it says show in new window. So I want this script to be shown in a new window out of R, so that I will put it in big. So you click there. You don't have to click there yourself if you think that it's not important, if you can follow. But for me, I think that it's important because you need to see my lines properly. So that's why I click there. You see now it opens. Does it open from your side also? If did someone click it? Can just say yes if you've clicked and it has opened.
Yes, it has opened on my side.
Okay, so you cannot even make it bigger. You see now it's big, but you can just click here, it will become even bigger. You can extend it here, it's big. So I like to read it here in this way so that we can follow. So this is my lab. So the first in R, when you put hashtag, the hashtag in R means that you are telling R, if you put before any command, you put hashtag, you are telling R not to execute that command. So it's not a command. Everywhere, if you have something that you want to not R to execute, you're gonna put hashtag. Like I've put hashtag, like in my case, it was just to underline or to put it in this way. So R is not going to execute these things, these 3 lines that I have there. Even if I click on run, run is execute in R. So when you click in R, on run, it will execute everything. But normally when you click on run, it's going to execute the selected part of your script. So if you want everything on the script to be executed, you need to select. So you need to press on Control A so that you can select, then you click on run. It will run everything. But if you want only parts or one line, so what you do, you can select just that line, like this one. You can select this, like I've done. Then you click run. R Studio will only execute what you've selected. So there are 2 options for executing parts of the script. You either select that part, or you can put the cursor here at the end of that part. When you put the cursor there, you click on run, it will execute it. So you will see it. So before we go there, what I wanted to say is that suppose that this, I see someone has raised his hand. Did someone raise his hand? No.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, you can talk.
Yes, I'm not sure if everyone can see the screen you are referring to, but I cannot see it. I only see the old screen, not the one which you have zoomed.
Oh,
Maybe...
yeah. Yes.
You can't see the one I've zoomed. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's the challenge with Zoom. So when you execute it, yeah, I see. You know what I will do? Let me stop sharing and go back to it so that we can see. Thank you very much for that. That's the challenge with Zoom. So let me share it now again. Can you now see it? I think we can see it now.
Yes, we can see it now.
Yes,
Thank
now
you.
I can see. I can also see.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's Zoom. Yeah. So now what I'm going to do, now it's big. So what I'm going to do is, let's start with the first line. I've told you that these, when you see hashtag, with hashtag in front of any line, you are telling R not to execute that line. So which means that these things will not be executed because I've put the hashtag before each of those lines. So the reason why it was just for me to say, you know, this is MATLAB, to put the title the way I wanted to be. So this first line that we see, this is a command. This is a function. It says set working directory. You see the way we've set the working directory by going to session, then we click on set directories and choose. You can also do it manually with the command if you know where your file is. Like in this case, you're gonna put a command, say set working directory, then you put these things here. They are very important. And the quotation, it could be double quotation, R doesn't care. It could be double or it could be single quotation, but at least it should be quotation. Then you put this extension as we put here. So if I execute this, it will do the same. So it will go and choose my folder to be on this one. But the problem now is this folder is different because as you can see, look at the first one. When you look at the first one, the last one, you see it says my lab one. There is no practical. It means that I've chosen, the practical is different, but they are in the same place. So what I need to do now is I need to go and change that one. So let me do it now. Let me stop sharing. Sorry for that. We are almost 11 where we want to take our break. Let's say, let me just finish this, then we take our break for 10 minutes. Yes, I'm here now, where I was. I'm not going to execute it, but let me execute so that, okay, let me just execute it so that you can see what will happen. Now yeah, I click on, we see where my cursor is. Do you see it? It's at the end of that line. So if I click on run, it will only execute that line. So let me click on it. If I click on it, you see what has happened in the console. You could see in the console, even these things, they are there. It's because they start on top. They are there, but they are nothing. Then it has executed. It has changed my working directory. Click on your side, you will see there will be an error. Click on your side. Can you click like what I've done? There will be an error. Have you done it? Can someone share with us if you have clicked on that?
Still trying.
Just click run, then see the answer in the console. There should be an error from your side.
Yes, there is an error on my side.
It's because you don't have this folder. That's why there is an error. So what you need to do now, you see this. Let me, So I will need to change it. Give me 1 minute. I need to change the directorate so that it's in the same like yours there, so that I demonstrate. Give me 1 minute. We'll take a break now, but just when we finish this, just this one. For distribution, there you are, practical. Okay. So what I can ask you to do is to click on the console and click Get Working Directory and enter and see what will happen.
Yeah, Clement, I'm back. I'm following nicely, and it's
now it's okay,
going.
Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can someone share with us if you've clicked on the Get Working Directory?
Yeah, I did, and it worked.
Okay. It gives you the directory, isn't it?
The current directory where I'm working from, that is what it gives me.
Yes.
From there.
So now what I'm asking you is to copy everything there. So highlight it. You can highlight it with your mouse and you copy it. Can you copy it?
Okay. Up to the
Just
inverted commas.
Yeah. Yes, where it start, yeah, with everything in the inverted commas. Copy everything.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So now you can go to my lab, to the script, my lab 1, the first command, the first line of command where it says set working directory, set WD. You see it?
Can you just go, can you say that again after copying?
After copying, okay, I'm doing it also. Can you see it from my side where I'm copying? Can someone see from my side? Look at the console. I've highlighted that thing in the console.
Yeah. Yes.
So you do the same, you copy. So I've copied. So I go now to the script, where my script is on top. You see the first line which says set WD. Can you see it? I'm showing it here. So when I come here, I need to paste it here. I need to paste everything here. So I paste it there. So that you have the correct directorate. You see, what I was trying to show you is just to say you can also set your directorate from the script. So if you run that now, you will see that it won't give you anything, but because you are already there, so nothing will change. It won't give you an error.
Okay, let me see.
Can you click that? Let's see if it will give us something. It won't give you an error this time, but everything should be under that thing, that quotation. Did you click on it? Did you run it?
After we paste is there, do we press enter or?
No, after you paste, after you paste, you put your mouse here at the end. You see?
Okay.
Prof Eta.
Yes.
Put your mouse there. You see it blinking. Then come to go to run. Run. You see run here where my cursor is. Click run.
Okay, I'll do it now. Let me do it.
I'm waiting for you before we go on tea break.
Okay. Let me just okay. Let me yes, no error. It's now
no error. So it means that yes. So this is what the operation that we've done of going to session, go and collect, you can do it with one command if you know where your things are. That command is set working directory. So that's what we've done. So we're taking a break now. I don't know if they are, let me see if they are end. We'll take end when we, no, there is one. Let me take it now. Ariana?
Yeah.
Ariana, you have the floor.
Yes, I wanted to ask, after copying it, is it an option just like Stata to have, because Stata has a do file whereby after running all those, you can keep your command, and anytime you want to use them, you can just go back to them.
Yes.
Does this also have such kind of thing?
Yes, it is it's the script. We call it script. MyLab one, it's a script. So it plays the role of the do file in your Stata. So what you've done, because we've changed it, you need to save it, isn't it? Maybe that was your question. So that you save it, even when you close your. So to save, go to. Let me share with you now. Give me 1 minute. I want to share the screen. To save it, you need to go on the top left panel. You see on top there, under these files and edit. Below it, there is this line. There are these options. You click on this one. You see this one, the second one, and the first one. There are two here. You click on this. Then it will save your script. Whatever we've done now, it will be saved. So you just click there, it will save it, and it is saved. You see when you clicked it, when I clicked it, it is no more highlighted. It means that there's nothing to save on this script. So even if I close R, yes, Prof?
It saves,
Prof?
it overrides MyLab one, right?
Yes, it has overwrite the one that was there. So the changes that I've made, they are now incorporated. So yeah, that's how it is. I think that's what you should also do in your case, because now even if you open it after this module, when you open it, it will be the correct directorate where your things are. So you need to save it also from your side. So let's take a 10-minute break. It's 11 past 8. Can we come back at 11 past 20? Oh, 20 minutes past 11, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm reversing. Yeah, 20 past 11.
This was a very useful initiation. Thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you, Prof.
It was indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure.
Prof. Etta, you
so
and I
see you
on the same page now.
WhatsApp numbers, then you assist her, maybe when we take the break at lunchtime. I can see someone has raised his hand. Who's want to talk? Hello? Okay. So now that we've installed, you can also check now from your side, you can check what you've installed to say, what do I have? Do I have these packages? Because sometimes you've installed a package, but you are not aware that it's there, or you forgot that you forget that you've installed it. So you can check the package that are installed in your system. So there is this command. There is this command, installed packages. You see, can you see it? The one that I've highlighted? I'm doing it again. Installed packages. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Can someone say something? Okay. This command is to check the packages that I've installed. So now, if I click this command as it is without this PP, you see what I've put the PP. So in R, this, when you put this sign, it means that you are assigning this command will be assigned the answer or the outcome, whatever this command is going to execute, it will pass it to this object that you've created. So you are saying, you are telling R, execute me this, then pass it to PP. So R will create an object which is called PP, but that object will have or will contain the outcome of this function or this command. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you say, sorry, can you say that again?
Okay. So you see in R or in any software, there are commands, there are functions that you want the software to execute for you. So the software can execute that command and gives you the answer or the outcome in the console. So if we install this, we can get an answer. But I don't want this to appear in the console just like that. I want that outcome from that command to be assigned to an object. So I create an object to say, this object should contain the outcome of this function that I'm giving R. Let me click on it, then you will see what I'm talking. Maybe my language is not clear. Let me click on it, or you can also click on it from your side. Just put the cursor where I've put mine. You can see the cursor is there, or you can highlight it. Just put the cursor or highlight, then you come to run. You click run. You see it is running. For me, it will take very long than yours because what I'm telling R is go and fetch all the packages that I have on my system. So it's not only these 8. I've got many of them. I don't know how many they are. So that's why it takes long. But for you, it can't take long than that. So for me,
executed.
Yes, because it's new. You are new. You don't have many packages on your system. But someone, I don't know, like Yannick uses R. If you've got many packages like me, it will take long. So I've refused to execute it because it can take a day. I've got many packages. So now that you've put that, you can see what is in PP because PP is now an object of R. So now you can see, click on this second line. Second line, it's a command which says add. Add, it means that it's going to select the first few elements in PP. So there is add, there is also tail. So add, it normally chooses from 5 to 15, or it depends. But in this case, I've said go up to the 15 lines so that you can, so you click there. We'll come back to this add function. We'll use it a lot today. Click on that. What has happened in your case? In my case, it will say error because I didn't finish this function. But in your case, it will give you all these packages that you've installed now. Can someone click and tell us what has happened?
In my case, it didn't give me, it simply repeated a thing on the console. It says head PP15, and that's all it repeated.
Really?
Yes.
Someone else, let me check.
Yeah.
Because it's normally.
Mine is like he's giving me, I don't know, something like, I see like broom, call, cell ranger, NA, something, enhance, you know what?
Okay.
And
I don't know what happened.
Enhance license, NA license, license restricts use or something. Maybe there's something that I did properly.
Let's forget. We'll come back to it, but we'll come back to it. We don't want to. Yeah. Hello. Who's talking?
Dr. Clement, Jean-Luc. On my side, I can see packages, and they are ranked in alphabetic order. It means to record the first 15 packages.
Yes,
and I also
that's what you should have.
Tail, and I try to use to run the tail one. It also gives me, I think the last, I just ran the last 10 packages.
5 of 10, yes. So Yannick has done it properly. So it means that maybe in your command, check properly in your command. Is it add PP, 15? It should give you the packages that you have on your system.
Yeah, Jean-Luc, just say what you said again. I just want to see whether we have the same thing.
Or Jean-Luc, what I can do, Jean-Luc, wait. Let me stop sharing. Jean-Luc, you can share your screen. Let me stop mine, then Jean-Luc can share his screen.
Okay.
Jean-Luc, you can share your screen now.
Oh, okay. Let me just try to share. Can you see my screen?
It's coming.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
This is what happened. I did run. Okay, I'm step ahead because I did even run the library to try to make packages workable in the session. But I did run this code.
Okay.
And I also ran the head with PP15 because PP is this code.
Okay.
Then it give me the first 15 packages.
Packages. It even
then you can also run.
Jean-Luc.
Yes.
Jean-Luc, can you go back? Can you go back to the end first? Go back. I want to say something there.
Okay.
You see, when it gives you, where Jean-Luc is saying, when it gives you the packages, it even gives you the path where they are installed. You see the name of the package, the abbreviation, the library where it's located, and the version and the priority. So that's what you should get. Thank you, Jean-Luc.
Okay, welcome.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, the first thing, I have two questions that I intended to ask before is that these packages, how do you know, for example, you want to do a particular econometric technique, there's a package, just go and search the internet, what is the package for that technique before you install?
Yes.
That's the first question.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. It's a very nice question and a very good question to ask. Even me, when I started using R, I struggled a lot, but R is very organized. So I'm going to share with you, maybe in the second break, in the second practical, because I didn't prepare that, I need to share you need to go to the CRAN, which CRAN, because it's where R is. So there is a possibility of checking now any package or any group of packages that can deal, because they've grouped them in a way that can assist you to say, if you are dealing with spatial econometrics, they've put them together. If you are dealing with time series data, econometrics, they group them. So they've done it in a way that it's well organized. But if you are not informed, you will struggle, like I did also when I started. But it only later, using R every time, then I came to realize that there is a short way of knowing these things. But I will prepare that when we come for,
Yeah. The second question is about this struggling that the Prophet and I, we are struggling with. We run head PP in and we're not getting it. The fact that we have changed directory, has it got anything to do with that? Is it not looking for
Normally it can't, because that one does not depend on the directory. That one depends because it's in the system. It goes in the system. So it's like a command. That one doesn't. I'm trying to figure out what could be the problem, but it can't. Even if that command was.
Yes. Sorry. Let me suggest that some of us who are backward should share our screen. You took a very smart person to share his screen, but let some dumb people share their screen, and then you will see where they are struggling. And you easily.
I think so. You are right.
You have Prof. Eta or myself. I can share my screen.
Let me be the one starting.
Yes.
No, it's me.
Okay.
Eta, you are better than
you can do. You can do that, Prof. You can share your screen. Let's see your screen.
Me, I'll share my screen quickly.
Nicholas.
see where I am?
Okay.
That's where I'm marking time. You
Okay.
see what I'm telling you when I
it is there. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. Go. So let's see.
Is there any reason, because I see the dots, these red dots here on this? Is there
that's why I don't understand where there is a problem. Can you go up again a little bit? It's okay. It is okay. I don't know why. Can you? Why is it the dot? You normally you shouldn't have a dot there.
Yes.
That dot it's showing that
let me
there is a
Let me run it again, and you see it is. You see there at the console is there.
No, it's not installing. If it was installing, yeah.
So it's not installing. Then I run this one.
It's not installing. It's not installing. So there is a problem with. Yeah, it's not, because if it's installing, you will see that red thing that we're talking about. It's not installing. So you don't. It didn't install in your case. Let me try to figure out what's going on. Can you
try again?
Yes, but the dots, we need to find out where is, because that's where the problem is. Yeah, they are not running. They are not installing. You don't have the package.
I see.
Okay, prof. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you how to do it to beat that challenge.
Okay.
Prof Ngepa?
Yes.
Can you stop sharing? I will show you a second way of doing it. Okay. Let me show you a second way of doing it, which will be easy for you to be able to install those packages.
Thank you.
Let me show you my screen. Okay. There is a second way of installing these things. If you don't want to use the script, can you see my screen? Prof, yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
you come on top. Yeah, you come on top here. You see before the last one, you see it written tools. You click on tools. You see there is a list that comes here. There is one called install packages. The first one.
Yeah.
You click on the first one. Install packages. You click on it. There is something that will appear. For me, it's taking time, but you'll see
it. It will
time
appear. On mine, retrieving package installation.
Yeah, it's because it's trying to connect also to the internet.
Okay.
Yes. Then you have it. Do you see what has happened in my case? Do you see this?
Yeah.
Can you see the window? Yeah. So now
I have seen it. Mine is still searching for that.
Let's wait until it comes, then we'll see. When it comes, you tell me when it comes so that we can see.
Okay. What if it doesn't come? I don't think
it should.
Hold the class because of that.
No, they are also learning.
Okay, because it's taking time, and since that time is not coming, and yours came already.
Yeah, then it means that your computer is a little bit slow. So when it comes, you see what I've done in this window. First of all, I'm collecting all these packages. I'm collecting them from CRAN. So that's where they are. Repository, it's CRAN. Because it could be another repository, but here it's CRAN. So I leave it as it is. The second line there, I need to write the name of the package. Like the first one is R Socrata. So when you say RS, already it gives you some options. Socrata is there. Can you see Socrata? So you click it. So if you want many of them, so you can just put a space. You can space, then you say tide verse, like the second one. I write tide verse as it is. Tidy verse, where it is, it's very tidy multi-device. There it is. So you can put a lot of them as they are by space. Then you click on install. You see there is install here.
Yes.
You can click on install. Let's see in my case, let's see what will happen because I've got them, but let's see. When I click here, it starts, you see the red. When you go to the console, you see the red thing that we were telling you, Prof. You see it installing. But I still have it, but it's installing. So it has finished installing. So I've got them now. So if you do that, it can also assist you. So it's another way of installing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's continue so that
No, Prof.
I'll follow the video afterward.
Okay, because you need to have those packages to do the rest of the of the what is following. Okay,
yes,
so
but it's not coming, so I don't think we should stop the whole thing. Let's go ahead. I can cut. Yeah.
So now, once you have the packages, you have to invoke them. You have to call them in your session. And we've got function which we call library. So this is the library. The function is library. So you say library, call for me this function, call for me this function. Like foreign, it's a basic, so you don't need to install it. So what you can do now, you can highlight all these. I will also do it because I need to call it here because I will do doing the exercise. So you highlight like we've done, then you click on run. Highlight everything. And click on run. So in my case, I've already clicked on run and it's running. The computer is running now. You can see the red thing on the console is there. I don't know if you can check. It's still running. It takes time. Some packages takes time, like the first one will take a little bit longer, but it's working. And the same should happen in your case also.
Okay, let me try. This is interesting.
Is it okay now, Prof?
Mine was just too fast. I think something is not right.
No, it's okay. Remember,
I suspect what he's going through. I think it's the same thing. Fast and it didn't run.
No, it should be there. Look in my console, in my screen. You should have something like this.
Let me
if
see.
It's like this, then it's there.
Let me just see.
Yeah. Let me put it big.
Let me see. Okay.
I've put it big now.
Okay, let me check mine.
Everyone, you can check. You should have something like this.
Okay, this is now in console. Let me also check my console just to see.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just a second. I just want to make sure. Attaching packages. Okay. Conflict. Let me see if I have the same thing. Let me see.
Please let me ask you something. You have MyLab Solution Arrow and MyLab Arrow. Which one are we really working with?
I don't get you, Prof. What do you?
You have, when I go to practicals one folder, I see MyLab Arrow and MyLab underscore solution.
No, MyLab R.
Okay, it's MyLab Arrow. Okay, I was there. That is the right one. I thought maybe I'm looking at something different.
No,
and see.
Okay.
I think I got it.
Okay, thank you. So now so that's how we do. So remember this, what we've done, we've installed first the package, then we've called the package in the session so that we can use it. So we do have all these packages that we've installed. We do have them now in our package, in our session. So now we can be able to run now R using functions from these packages. So the first function that we're gonna do is to read in your folder. When you check in your folder, practical one, there is a data Excel file called mini data Excel file. So we are going to read an Excel file in R. So that's what we're going to do. And for you to be able to read an Excel file in R, there is a function which we call, this is the, there is a package called R read Excel. You see this one where I'm pointing? Read Excel. Okay. Yes, this is the package that will allow you to read an Excel file of this extension, because you know Excel has evolved. You know, there is the old one that was XLS, but this one is XLSX. So for this category of Excel, this is the file, the package, and we've already installed this package and we've called it in R, so there is no problem. So what you do, there is a command. This is the function. Okay, I'll be interchangeably using command and function because just say, so it's a function which is called read underscore Excel. Read underscore Excel. So someone in class here asked me, how do you know this function if in terms of help and so forth and so on? So in R, there is, you can ask, if you don't know this function, what it is, you can ask R. So how do you ask R? You put a question mark, then you put the name of the function. It means that this first function, I want R to explain to me what is this function. Can you all write this in? I've added it. You don't have it. I've added it. Can you just write it, type it in your script on top of data one? Can you do that? Can you do question mark read underscore Excel? Okay, let me see. We need to go a little bit faster because we haven't finished even one practical. Question mark.
Is there a space?
No, underscore.
Question mark underscore.
Excel.
Oh, wait. Let me just check it. Question mark read underscore Excel. Okay. Question mark.
Okay. Then click run. Put your cursor there and click run.
Read underscore Excel. And then let me just see. Just want to make sure. And then run.
Yeah, run. Put your cursor there where that thing is, just for that, and run it.
Okay, let me see.
Check in your console. Nothing will happen in your console. It will just be that command like you've put. It will be repeated there. Then it will be empty.
Yeah, let me just see. Okay.
Check in your console.
Yeah. It is there.
Your console will be, it will just repeat the very same command. Then there will be the second line where it will be empty. Something will be blinking there. So there's nothing. But go to the other panel, the panel on your right, bottom right, which we call plot panel.
Okay, let me see.
On your right, bottom right.
Bottom right.
I hope everyone is following. Bottom right. You will see
that small bottom right window.
Yes.
Okay.
The panel, you will see it written there. What is highlighted is help. You will see help is highlighted. I don't know if you see. On top there is file, plots, packages, help, and viewer. You will see that help is the one that is highlighted. Yes. So it means that when you, what does it mean? It means that when you clicked on read Excel, starting with the question mark, you are asking help. you are asking help to RStudio to tell you what is read Excel.
Okay.
So question mark it means help. Then it has given you the answer, because when you come to this panel, you see now on the in that panel, the first line is read Excel. You see? Can you see it?
Yes.
And
yes.
And brackets, it gives you the name of the package where this command is found. The name of the package is read Excel L. That's what we've said. So the name of the function is open on the left, then on the right, under the bracket is the name of the package. So now what it tells you, it gives you the information of what it is. What I will do, I will make it big. Look at what I'm doing. I'm making it big. I'm making this panel big. So it gives you the information. The first one is to say that it reads XLS and XLSX file. So even the older version of Excel, it can read, because this is the older version. XLS and XLSX. So it reads both. Then it gives you the description. And this is what is important is this, the syntax of what it is. So you can read this. We are not going to spend time. So this is how you find your help. So you can read this and see what is the syntax, what is required, all those kind of things. So you do that later. So we want now to read the data, which is in our folder practical one, and the data is called mini data, and it is an Excel file. So we're gonna click on, put your cursor there, or you can highlight. Let me highlight so that it's easy. Let me highlight. Can you see it?
Yes.
Jean-Luc, can you see it? Yeah. So I've highlighted. So I'm going to click on run. So you highlight, you click on run. But before you click, let me tell you. Before
yes,
you click,
yes, Prof.
Sorry. Yeah. Before you click, can you check on the panel on the right, on top? What is there in that panel? There's nothing, or there is X and Y, what we were putting there, or nothing. Can you see it?
Nothing.
So now there's nothing. So let's click now. Let's click and run. We are running it. So I run it. I click on run. What has happened when you run? In the panel, the right-hand side panel on top, what has happened?
Okay, let me do it first.
Ladies, it's only one that has talked up this morning. Someone can talk. I want a lady's voice also. We have got ladies in the room. I'm asking the question, when you run that function, what do you see in the panel on the right on top? You should see something there. I want someone to answer before we continue.
I know you say that you want ladies to.
Yes, Prof. Ladies first. We'll give you the floor. Ladies first.
Yes.
Okay, before ladies speak, please, just excuse me.
Yes,
I
Prof.
managed to catch up, and now I am at help. Is it the same run using when we do the read Excel? Is it the same run? You've just highlighted what
yes.
you did.
The same run, yes, Prof.
Run. Okay,
yes.
Sorry. I'm not trying
no
to
problem.
Ladies.
No, it's good. ladies are not talking. I don't know why. Okay, Prof. Eta, you can say, what do you see on that?
I
what
see
is here?
I see something similar to what on your screen.
Okay, that's good. So you see on that panel, you see data one, then you see 252 obs of 24 variables. So what means?
Yes.
It means that, what does it mean? It means that now we do have data, because this console is where the data is. You remember I told you, the data is there. That's where the data, every data that you bring in our session, it's there. You can visualize it. You can see it there. It sits there. So we do have our data. Our data is called data one. Why is it called data one? Because let's come back to the command. In the command, we said, we told Excel, we told R to read Excel file, which is called mini data. And we gave also the extension. So what does that mean? This is the syntax. It's like what you do in Stata. In Stata, every command has got its syntax, you know? So even here, this command or this function has got the syntax. The first thing that you need to put, you need to tell Excel what is the name of the file, and you give the extension. So that's what we've done, the most important one. The second one, when you go to that Excel sheet, when you open it, it has got different worksheets. You see, it has got different, I think there are 7 or 8. So if you don't specify which sheet it should read, it will read by default the first one. So that's why you need to specify the sheet that you want to read. Like in this case, we want it to read sheet which is called data 7, because I've put them, when you open them later on your own, you will see that there is data 7. So I want it to read data 7. So that's why now this function understands that, oh, I should open this Excel file with this extension and only read sheet which is called data 7. And once it reads that, it has to assign that outcome after reading, to assign it to a new object that I've created, and that object is data 1. So now my data 1 is in this function, in this section, is in data 1. My mini data is in data 1. So that's what you see there. The name of the object is data 1. It gives you what is contained in the object in terms of observation and variables. Observations are the rows. Variables are the columns. So that's how R reads. Even start at that's the same. You have the columns are the variables, then the rows are your observations. So that's what we've done. So we've read the data, we've imported the data, Excel data in R. So now you can inspect your data. So far you don't see the data, you just see the summary information to say this data is, the size is 232 observation and 24 variables. But you can check the structure of your data. So to check the structure of the class, because in R, we do, each object has got its own class. So we'll see later what they mean. So there is, you can click here. You see now, let's go to the script. You see where it's written class data 1. Can you see it?
Yes.
Go to the script, class data 1. After data 1, there is class data 1. So you click on it. When you click on it, it gives you the class of the data, and it appears in the console. When you click on run, on the console, you have what we have, TBL DF, TBL data frame. What does that mean? So this is a class of this data. It is called table. Normally, it's a funny class, but it's a very good class to work with in Stata, particularly in Stata, we'll see later. But what you need to note is that it's a different class. So this is the class that we have. We'll also see another data. We'll also click on the class. We'll see there are different classes. We do have a data frame. We do have a spatial data frame. We do have a spatial polygon. We do have different classes. So what I want you to know is you don't have to understand what is this, but what you need to understand is that you can know or you can inspect the class of an object by the command code class. That's all.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Yes, Prof.
Class data, you highlighted it and run.
Yeah, you are. It's because class is like we've been doing with the how to run the command. We highlighted, then we run. Okay. So even this one, you also highlight, then you run.
Okay.
Because everything that is there, except if it has got a hashtag at the beginning, then it's not a command. But everything that is there, it's a command. Everything that is there, everything that I've written there, it's command. Unless there is, at the start, there is a hashtag. So you need to run everything. So when you run that, you see, so I can view my data. I can view my data. Before I view my data, let me first change this data to a data frame, because this, sometimes it's very complicated. I want to change it to the data frame. Data frame is the normal data, like tabular data, where you have just columns and the rows. This one, sometimes it's complicated, unless if you are used to Excel, to R. But for now, let's forget about it. Let's change this data to a data frame so that we have the tabular. So there is a command, and the command is called, or a function is called, this is, are you where I am? Can you see where I'm highlighting?
Okay, let me
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you can see where I'm highlighting, it means that the first here, after this assignment sign, the first, it says as point data point frame. It's a function. It's a command. So it's a command which says that transform the object that is in the brackets on the right to be a data frame. That's what this function says. And if you want to read more about this function, you can also put the question mark, then you say as point data point frame. It will give you the help for this function like we've done with read Excel. But we are not going to do it because of time. Here we want just to transform our data in this class. And the class that we want data frame. And when it finishes transforming, it should rename that data that it has transformed and assign it to data one. So it means that data one will change. Whatever data one was there, which is now, like now we do have data one, it will be over, the second one will override this one. So we'll have a new data one, and the second one will disappear, won't see it. So let's highlight now everything. Let's highlight this. Data one, assign as data frame, data one, and you click on run. When you click on run, you see in the console, what will happen is just that line that you've clicked, which will appear again here, but nothing happens. You don't see anything. Are you there?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll take break at, I think we need to take break at 1 because we are very, very slow. At the rate we are going, we will not be able to finish. Let's take break at 1, then we'll come at 2. So now you can click now class again. You can highlight class again. You see the first class was Tbel DF. You can click class again so that you check now if your data has been transformed. So because you've asked R to transform your data. So now click on class. It will be a class data one. You highlight, then you click run. You see what happens. When I click run, you can see my screen. It says data frame. It's no more the first one, because the first one was TBL underscore DF, TBL data frame. Now it's data frame. Can you see the difference? So I've transformed my data. I've transformed the class, not my data, but the class of my data or the object that I have. It's now transformed. So that's how you do it. So now, apart from class, you can also check the structure of the object, how the things are put in your object, how things are stored, in your object. And the command is structure, but it's abbreviation STR. It says you want to know the structure of your data. So what we are going to do, we are going to highlight this. Everyone, can you see where I've highlighted structure data one? So I've highlighted structure data one. You click again, run. You see now it gives you a long list of things. Let me go slowly on this because it's important for those who are not used to R to know what is happening. So you see what happens in the console. First of all, it repeats the command str data one, then it gives me the outcome. What is the outcome? First of all, it tells me that this is a data frame. That's what it is. It says data point frame. So it's a data frame, and that data frame is composed of 232 observations, and there are 24 variables. So that's the basic information. Now, how these functions are, or how these objects or these elements are structured or are stored in this. So that's the sign of $sign. $sign means that it's now the things that are contained there. So the first element, which is it represents the columns. So if you count them here, they are 24. Let's count them. ID 1, name 3, 2, CCA 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It says 24 variables. So what happens here in the data frame, when you see the sign, it means that this is the first column. This is the second column. And the column, we call it in R variables. So first variables, second up to the last. It has done that. So it gives the name. So this is the name of those columns. So this data has got, on top of each column, there is a name. So there is name ID, there is a name tree, there is a name. For you to check that, you can open your Excel file later. In that folder practical, you will see that that's how they are. So now, for each column, it gives you the nature of the things that are contained there. Like this one, num means that numeric. So this column, what contains in this column, it's numerical things. So the first one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can understand because this is ID. So identification. So it's 1, 2, 3. That's why it's 1, 2, 3. It goes up there. So the second, this one, name, these are characters, like factors. Characters, that's what it means. CHR, it's characters. And the first one, it's Matatiele. So these are the names of municipalities. So that's why they are characters. And that's why they are under these quotation, because characters in R, they are always put under the quotation. So we have Matatiele, Bizana, Tabankulu, Mzimbuvu. So the names of municipalities. 3 point means that they continue. They can't give you because they are 234. Because these are observations, the rows. So they can't give you because otherwise it won't fit here. We go to the last one. The last one is unemployed. It's unemployment, but in the abbreviation, it says it's numerical, of course. Then it gives you the numbers, minus 2.2, minus 2.42, minus 2.44, minus 2.4. So these are the numbers in terms of the unemployment. You see, so that's how you can inspect your data. You can see your data through structure. But there are some objects that are very complicated. When you open structure, it gives you funny things. Oh, what I've done, I forgot to, to mention. Something has disappeared here. So I forgot to tell you. Let me redo the exercise. It's there. Sorry, I don't know the helicopters. I don't know if they are chasing someone here. It's not me. So you see here, can you see where I've put my cursor there?
Yes.
Can you see that? There is something like a broom. There is something like a broom there. So you can you use it to clear the screen, like what you have also. You have also something like this in R or in Stata, where you say clear the you like to say clear something like that, where you can clear the console. So even here, when you click this, it clears everything. So it's just because this is a console. Everything that I tap in the console, I can clear it. There's nothing. I'm not losing anything. But don't come here and you clear things here, because there is also one here. You see this one. If you clear here, it means that we are going to lose the data. So it means that we need to import the data again. So you have to pay attention. So don't clear here yet. You can play around here and so forth and so on. So that's what we've done. So if you want to see now the names of the columns, because with the structure, we've seen the names, but if you just want to see the names, what are the names of these columns? There is a function called names. So you just click there, highlight as we've done, and you click there, it gives you the names. Names means names of the columns. So you have ID, name 1, and name 3, CCA 3, up to unemployment 2. So you can, if you just want to see the names, you can see that also. Or column names, you see, it plays the same role, but there are different functions. Different functions, but doing the same work. So you can also highlight column names, you click run, give you the same. You can also get the row names. If the rows were in names, you can also get them. It happens. Click rows, you see it gives you the rows names. The row, remember the rows names, it gives you the rows of the first. So it means that it takes ID 1, 2, 3, up to, so it gives you that. Now that you know the names, we can go back to the names. Let me see it. I click there. Now that you know the names, let's say you want to see what is contained in bachelor, because bachelor is there, you can see bachelor is there. So what you do this function. So this function, what does that mean? It means data one, $sign. $sign means that you are giving me now units of the data. And you need to specify that unit. And that unit is bachelor. It means that it will give you the information which are under that variable called bachelor. So you can highlight it and you click run. You will see it gives us, because it's one columns, but this columns has got how many observation? 232. So they are there. You can see it start with 1. So it means that this is the bachelor for the first observation. This is the number of bachelor. For second observation, for third, for up to 8. And we start again 9, up to 16. And we start again down here, 225, up to 232. So it gives you this. So that's how you can visualize the data. But if you also you don't want the name, you don't want it to give you by the name, but you want it to give you by the position. Remember, I hope you are following me. Let me click names again. So I've clicked names. Let's now put bachelor. Bachelor is on what position in terms of how they are arranged. So ID is 1, name 3 is 2, CCA is 3. So bachelor this is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So bachelor is sitting at the 22 position in terms of the number of rows. So bachelor is number 22. So if I want to see the figures that are in bachelor, but I don't want to use bachelor as the name of the column, but I just say position number 22. So this is the command. You say data, you open these brackets, these things, you put comma. What is the reason for putting comma? The reason for putting comma is because when you put this, remember this is a data frame. Data frame comes in rows and column, like matrix. We always start with number of rows, then the number of columns. So that's the logic. So number of rows, number of columns. So the same logic applies here in data frame. So you are saying, give me this column number 22, but all the rows. So you are not selecting the rows. That's why you left it empty and you put comma. So when you left it empty and you put comma, you are telling R that give me all the numbers that are in position 22 in terms of column, but don't select the rows. Give me everything. So when you will execute, it will give me the same as the bachelor. As you see, we have executed, it has given me. So to prove that data frame is like matrix, so let's tell R to say, give me the first row. So that's why you put there, the first row. One represent first row. So give me the first row and second 22 columns. So it will be a single thing that it will give me. I highlight, then I click there. You see it's just one, because we've said it's 22, but it should be the first row. It gives me one. To confirm, let's click here, the first one. You can see that the first one is here. It's minus 27, that's what it is there. Although here they've rounded it because they've stopped somewhere there, but it's the same figure. So that's what it is. So let me click there before I take the questions. The last one, you see the last one, because we're in matrix, the last one we're saying select data from the first column, the first row up to the fifth. That's why we put 1, 2 point up to fifth, then only for second, for 22 column. It means that we'll have 5 numbers. Let's click. We have 5 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First row, second row, third, fourth, and fifth. So that's what it is. So now what we've done is just, if you are rushing, you want to see things, but you can also view data like you view in Excel or like you view in Stata. So there is a command called view. Look at how we've written view. View, we've written it with big capital V, then the rest is small. So you need, R is very, very, I can say, how can I, yeah, it's very sensitive in terms of, whether it's capital letter or so, you need to be aware of it. So the view function is, it starts always with the capital. So you can view the data. So let's click, highlight it and see what will happen. When I click it, nothing happens on the console, but something happens on where my script, the console, the panel where my script was. So that's what I told you, that this is important. It's not only for script, but it's also for you to view data. You see now, it has opened data 1. Now you can see data 1. I can put it in big. You can view data 1. First column is ID, second column is name tree, like it happens. You can, like you do in Excel, in Stata, there it is. You can go up to down there. You can see 22, 232. So the names of municipalities are there. The last one is Swaterland in the Western Cape. So that's what you do. We manipulate the data, not manipulate, to import the data. We've imported the data, we've inspected the data, so you can do that. So let me take the question, stop sharing at this stage. and take questions. Ariana, your hand is still raised. Is it a new question?
No, let me remove it.
Okay. Do we have a question, or should I now go faster? Now that we know how to run, okay, can I go faster now?
Sorry, just the last spreadsheet that you were showing. Can you just go back to that spreadsheet again? The last that you just
the view, the command. Okay.
Yeah,
so it's the command. Yeah,
where you
the command is view.
Yeah.
Let me highlight it. I've highlighted it. Let me run it. Wait. I've run it. There it is. Yeah, this is my data now. So what is your question, bro?
Yeah, on the left is the municipality, and after that, these are actually variables.
After this, these are variables, because these are names. These are variables. Like here, it's operating expenditure, operating revenue, population size, education, number of people that have got. These are variables.
Okay, no,
yes.
I'm sorted. I'm sorted. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. So now that we know, I think for now it will be difficult, but as you practice, then it will come. So let's assume that we do have a variable that are missing. Missing variables is always a problem. So if we want to remove them, you can remove them. There are options, and the function is NA. NA means missing variables. So you are saying NA omit
observations.
Yes, missing observations, because variables they can't miss. Yeah, missing observations. So if you have missing observations, it means that in the rows, if there are missing observations, you can tell R to omit them. So it means that R will just delete those lines, those rows, and have another thing. So let's assume we know now that data 1 is there. So normally what I normally do, if I'm removing missing data, I normally create new object so that I don't lose the old one, because sometimes you remove, then you still need the first one and you've already deleted it. You remember what we said? If I say data 1 here, any function that I'll do here, it will overwrite the data 1 that is already there. So for me not to lose this, so I create a new one. I say data 1.1. So it will be something different from data 1. So now I'm telling R with this function to say, remove all missing variables in data 1, but once you finish removing it, assign the new data that you have created by removing the missing observation, yes, assign it to a new object, and that object should be data 1.1. So I highlight this and I click there. So what R has done, R has removed, if they were, R has removed those missing rows or missing observation by just deleting that entire rows. And after doing that, it has put the new information that I have now in a new object, which is called data 1.1. That's why you see now in this panel where I'm putting my cursor, data 1.1 is there. That's what R has done. So to know that, yes, Prof?
Yeah, just one thing. I think I'm trying now to, I'm now trying to go back so that I can see data, view data. But I think on my screen, I still have this spreadsheet of the, I want to go back. How do I go back? I still have ID, name.
Oh, you want to go back to your script.
Yes.
Mulamba.
Okay. It's there. No, it's there. Don't worry.
Yeah. I click.
You see, it's there. You just click here.
Yeah.
You see.
Now I can teach you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, Nicholas.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So now, okay. So now we do have two data, two sets of data sets. So now we need to know, how do you know that you've eliminated missing variables, missing observations? Because sometimes you have big data, you can't go and read here, because here we can read here that there's nothing happened because we still have the same number of the observation. But there is a way of reading it also. It's what's called dimension. So you can click on, there is a function dimension. So dimension, you click on dimension 1. Let's click on dimension 1. You know a matrix, a dimension of a matrix is m by n, isn't it? M meaning observations, n meaning number of variables or columns. The same applies in data frame. That's why I wanted to transform my data in data frame so that we have that logic. So when I click on dimension, the answer that I get is 22 and 232 and 24. So it means that there are 232 observations, which are lines or rows, and 24 variables, which are columns. So let me click data 1 also. This is data 1.1. So let me click dimension data 1. I highlight it. Let me highlight it and click on it. It gives me the same answer. So it means that there was no missing observation. So my data was complete. There was nothing that was missing. So that's how you can do it. And this is, here I'm just playing around. It's okay. I'm just saying dimension, and I put here, I'm just telling R to say, give me the dimension, but for the first element is number of observation. So we are not going to run this. You can do it on your own when you are there. So we are done. So we do have in our session now, two data sets, the data 1 and data 1.1. So you can also read another data and another form of data. You can read data that is given in CSV. You know, we normally like CSV because if we have many rows, sometimes Excel becomes incompatible because it can't take a lot. But CSV can take a lot in terms of the rows. So it's better to work with CSV. And there is a function called read CSV. If you want to understand where this function comes from, you do the same. You do question mark CSV, read.csv. It will tell you, but normally this one is a basic. It comes with R. So you can also read this kind of data. You can read that in R. So this is the syntax, like we've done with read_Excel. The syntax of read.csv. Remember, for Excel, it's read_Excel. But here it's read.csv. So you need to know all these things. If you miss one, sometimes even myself, I make mistakes, particularly if you were working with Excel a lot, then sometimes you make a mistake. You think that it read_CSV. It will give you an error. At least it gives you an error, then you can say, oh, there's something wrong. Then you come and correct. So the syntax is you give the name of the file with the extension. So you give the name, which is under these quotation. Remember the quotation, it can be double quotation or the single quotation. For that one, R doesn't have a distinct a problem. So it could be double or single. Then if your data, you have the first line is the header, what we call header is the names, you see, of the columns. You need to put, to say header is equal to true. True means that it's real. That's how the data is. So you specify this syntax. Then you click on it, it will read your data. Now, before I click here, let me now tell you why it was important to always put R session where your data is. Because you see now it's very easy when we are telling R to go and read this data, normally what R does, R goes and searches for this information. Now, R should know where should I go and search for this information, because this information could be online, this information could be on your memory stick, this information could be somewhere else which is connected to your computer. So now, if, for instance, you were working on my document, but your information is on another folder which is far from your document, let's say it's on, let's say, research, document research, then workshop, but your session, your actual session of R is on my document only. So if you put this, R will return an error. It say, I can't see this I can't see this this folder. So the other way of doing it is you need to put the extension. So it means that if it was, let's say, in my document, I have to put these pathways until it reaches where the data is. You see, when you are working with big data and you are doing a lot of research, sometimes it gets complicated. You don't know where it is. So it's better you put it. That's why it is important. This is my advice. This is what I do. I always put my R. I've got different folders for different research projects. But for each research project, I will go and open R and go to that specific research project and work on that research project. So that when I finish, I'm done, it's okay. When I come for another research project, I will open R and tell R to go to that specific research project. So that when I'm calling the data, I don't have to go and put all these other paths. It's very complicated. So that's why it's very important to always put that. Because now it's very easy. If we click here, it will read, unless if this data is not there, then it will not. But if the data is there, it will just read it. Because R knows that I'm on this working directory. So the first and the only place where it will search for that information is on that directory when you put it in this way. Unless if you change things. You can change it again, it will go and search, it's okay, it can do that. You can still be on this directory and tell R to go and search information on another directory, it can do that. But you need to put the path. So the problem comes when putting the path. Sometimes you make it, you are wrong and you don't put the correct one, then it will give you an error. So let's highlight this and we click on it. It will take time. And you know why it will take time? Because this is the community survey data of 2016 here in South Africa. So this community survey data for household, they have information for 9,800 something household, or 3 million, we'll see. So it's a lot, it's big compared to data one. So that's why it takes long. So, and it also takes long. It also depends on what you have on your session. If your session, you also have other big data, it will even take longer. So that's why sometimes if you are done with some data, like data one and data two, if we are done with it, you can remove it, then you just put another data. So it has done the work, it has finished. So look what it is. It's data two. Can you see where my cursor is? I'm looking here, it's data two. So how many observations? It's 984,607 observations. So that's a lot. And how many variables? 139 variables. So that's what contains in this data. So, but at least my machine can handle it. It's not a problem. So you can also do the same like we've done. Check the class of this data. Which class is it? It's a data frame, as you can see. It's not a table one, it's already data frame. And you can check the dimension, although we know from here, but you can check again, put the cursor there, you click, it gives you the number of rows and the number of columns. You can check the names. It will be long because we do have, excuse me, because we do have 139. So let's check the names. I click there. You see the names are there. So the first one is X. So we don't know what X is. The second one is unique number. So this is the unique number that was given to that household when they were doing the survey. So each household has got its unique number. The third one is head, HH sex. So it means that the gender of the household head. So in each household, they identify the head, and then they say the gender of the head. Is it a female, is he or a male? Then they also add HH age at night of reference. So the night where they were doing, so if they are coming like today on Wednesday, they come and do the interview. So they will ask me if I'm the head of this house. They will ask me from last night, what was my age? So they will give that number. So you got all these numbers until the last one, which is EA GT G type C. It means enumerated area, and type means type of the enumerated area. Is it rural? Is it urban? So we have the data. We have read the data and we've given. So the same, we can do the same exercise. Like if we want to check immigrants, for instance, like what we've done with bachelor, you can do the same exercise. So yeah, this is how you read the data. Excel, CSV, you can read any other data. So, but before we go there, I want to show you, it's not in the script, but I want to demonstrate it here. You can also read the data in a different way. This is the script, but you can also read the data just by click of the button. So how do you do that? You go to the panel on your right-hand side on top. You see the panel that we said it can also assist you in importing data. So you go to that panel, observe where my cursor is, I'm shaking it. So you see here it's written import data set. Can you see it? Where I'm pointing? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can also import data like you do in Excel. In Excel also you can import data. So here also you click there, you see there is an arrow, a small arrow there. You can click there. So it gives you a drop list with different data type. So you can read data from Stata already, like this one that we've just read. It was in Stata, I converted it in CSV. So if it was in Stata, you can read it as it is in Stata. You just click there. Let's do a kind of experiment. So let me click here on Stata. You click from Stata. Then there is this window. Can you see the window that has opened?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If you can see that window, observe at the bottom here where it is blue. So you know, R is designed in a very intelligent way because it knows that the data that you are importing is not R data, it's something else. So it calls what we call a package called Aven. Aven is a package that can be used to read data from Stata. So R does that for you. So it says library, it calls that. Unless if you don't have it, but normally it comes with a basic package. So it calls that. It even does the command of, you say data set. So it does everything. Even once you've done that, it can even allow you to view the data. So this is the command that is by default. So what you do now, you go to the browse. You need to browse where the data is. You need to tell R where that data is. You click there, and because we are in this directory, which is called practical one, it leads me there. And if you check properly, there is no data which is, nothing is of XLE, of Stata here. So we can't read. If there was one, we were going to click on it and it was going to read without any problem. So it can do that. So let me cancel it. So there are two ways of doing it. You can do it by command or you can do it by clicks. We've seen Stata, it can be SEs or SPS or Excel itself. So you can read any sort of data without any problem. Even MATLAB, but you need to have a command first of, I don't know if I've got that package of MATLAB, but mostly Stata, because most of the data, they come either Stata or CSV. So you can read them. So that's what we've done so far in terms of reading the data. And I would like to take the questions before we go to the next one. We are very, very, very slow because there are 4 practicals. We need to finish them. So let me stop sharing here and check if there are questions. Then we will take questions. There's no question. I see Santos, you've written that you can't hear. Can you hear now? Are you still there? Can you hear us? Sorry for, I've just seen it now. I don't know why. Santos, you've written on the chat that you couldn't hear us. Can you hear us now?
I think Santos went to another meeting.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, so now what we will do, let's go to the next stage of our practical. We still have a lot to cover. So we've read the data that you have on your computer. But remember, we can also read data that you don't have, but we go to the portal and we can read data from there. That's why we installed that package called R Socrata. So there is a data. This is the website. You can take this address and go to that data. You will see that the data exists. And that data is in this format, CSV also, but there is a way of reading it. And because we want to read it directly, so what we create Socrata file. It's a command. Let's run this command. So we are telling R, lead me there. And I highlight, I click there. Like for other command, if you want to know more, you can just click question mark, then you know more. We click there. So it has led me there. I'm already there. So now we want to read the data. So now you say read point Socrata. So that's the function that we're gonna use. So because I'm there, I'm telling R, read me the file which is called Socrata file on that website where I am now. So, and when you finish reading it, importing it, you're gonna assign it a new name in this session. And the new name that you're gonna assign is vehicle point data. So I just highlight that and let's see what will happen. I click on it. So you see the red thing that we were talking, prof, there it is. So it's reading, that thing is there. So it takes time because it's on the website. The data might be big and it has to do the work, and that's what it's doing. So it's reading that data. So let's wait and see what will happen. I think in Excel also you do, in Stata, sorry, you have also system read, or you can also read data from the website. So it's the same. So the same thing. If you understand that, you can also understand this. So it's reading. It might take some minutes, but yeah, I think it's done. So it has read the data. You can check now here on this console where my cursor is. It says vehicle point data. So it says how many observations? 2 million. Oh, no. Is it 2 million? 1, 2, 3, no. 261,004. Yes. So it's less than even our community survey data. So it has read, but it's big. it has read the data. So you can also check add, like what we've done with add, to say, give me the first few numbers. I just want to see the variables. So it has given me, there it is. So the first is creation date, the date that this was created, status, completion date, service requested, type of service request. So it has given me. You can go or check the class.
Sorry. Sorry,
yes, Prof.
I tried to read the vehicle data and I got an error.
What does it say?
This vehicle read Socrata vehicle data. So what I selected it and then I ran this error in validate UR something.
Oh, it could be that either the function is not you didn't install it properly, or if it was you didn't install, it could have said there's no function such as read Socrata. So it means that maybe it's a connection problem. It could be the connection problem. Did you first start with Socrata 5? Start with Socrata 5. You need to start with this one. You need to start with this one first.
Okay. So I select this one and then I highlight it and run.
Yes, you run, then you run the second one.
Okay, let me just see, just to make sure that I did the right way. Okay, just hold on. Just want to make sure. Socrata, okay, starting from Socrata. Oh, okay, now I think I know where I made a mistake.
Okay.
Let me just see. I think run. And then let me see. Just to make sure that okay. I don't see an error. I think it's trying to run.
It will run now. It's running.
Yeah. I think I made a mistake in the first place.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So now that we have it, we've got 2 minutes to go to lunch. Can I take maybe? Can you allow me to finish up to this level? Up to here, so that we go. Yeah, because we are late. So now we can read another set of data. This one is the data from the portal. We've read data from Excel data, which is on your computer. You can also read data which is in R formats. You see, like you read data in Stata, you see. So R formats, you've got 2 of them. You've got R data and then there's another one, but we'll come to the other one later. So for data that is in R format, you just say load. You are telling R to load the data because it's in that format. R will just go and load it. So in your folder, when you check in your folder, there is a data called data n@s3.r data. So it's a data that is in R data file. So we are just loading it. So that's why the command now is not reading, it's just load. So we just highlight it also and we load it. And it has, you see, that one is very quick. So that's why normally what I do, when I have this data, like this big data, after loading them and manipulating them, I normally save them as R data. So that later on, if I start working, I don't have to struggle because it takes time to read them. When they are in R, it's just 1 second, it's there. Like what we've done, on the click of the button, the data is there. So we've read it. You can also do the same structure. You can do how the data is structured. You can do the same, read the year, whatever. You can do all these things that we've done. So you can run this function on your own. So you can do the same that we've done. So the last one that we want to do before we take the break, once you have the data, you can save the data now. You see, we've imported the data. Now we want to save the data so that we can use it in future kind of analysis that we want to do. So how do you do that? You can save it. First of all, we had data called data 1. Remember one? data 1. Data 2 was the one that from the community survey, and data 3 was the one from the vehicle from the portal. So you can save them. As I told you, you can save data in different, first of all, save is only for data that you want to save in R file. But for others, you can do write. So as we've done read Excel, you can also write Excel. So you can have a data that you want to save, but save it in Excel, then the function will be write instead of read. Or you want to save it in SCV, it will be write. But for data that you want to save in R format, you use the function save. So the function save has got two syntax, two elements, two input that you need to put there. The first one is the data. So you are telling R to save the data that is there. What is the name of the data? You put the name of the data or the file. Like in this case, it's data 1. And you put the file. So you say file is equal. So this file equal, it means that you are telling the R to save the data, but giving the new name or any name that will be like air data. So when it saves this data under this new name here. If you want data 1 again, you can still put data 1 here, then R data. So you need to put the extension, very important. So what you can do, what I'm asking you to do is just highlight this and click on the button. If you have already this data, you click on the button. When you click on the button, it becomes very easy. It's saving. You see, it's taking time on the last one because maybe it's the way the data is, but it's saving it. No, it's taking time on the second one because the second one is big. Yeah. So once it saves.
Okay. So, sorry, you said you highlight and then do what?
You run.
You click on run.
Okay.
Like we've been doing.
Okay.
So once it saves, like now it is done. Once it saves, when you go to your folder, you will find this new. We can see it even from here. We go to file here. You see here. We go to file and let's see if we have saved it. No, it doesn't appear. I think it's because you need to restart, but it has already saved. When you go to your folder now outside of R, you will find that these two files are saved. Mini data and CS 2016 is same, and so forth and so on. So they are saved.
Okay.
And because they are saved, you are now safe. You can click here to clear so that when you come back, you just load them and it will not take that long. But we are not going to clear. We just leave it as it is. Okay. So
can I ask something?
I think yes, Prof.
Is there a reason why your R data, your R and D is in capital letter, as opposed to what was there before? If I look at the function.
Oh, okay.
When you wanted to load data, the arrow data was the arrow data was different. It was small letters.
Yeah. No, sometimes it doesn't. For this one it doesn't matter. You can put it R data, but if you put it like this, it should be also like that, even in that case. So if I saved it as it is, when I'm loading it, I should also load it as it is. We'll do the exercise later. So, but it doesn't matter. You can save it in R data like this or in R data like this. Thank you very much for that question.
All right, thanks.
So now we can take a break. Let's take 1 hour break. Then we come, it won't be exactly 1 hour. It will be something like 55 minutes because at 2 we need to start so that we finish. Okay. Is that okay?
Fine.
So now, thank you very much. Let me stop sharing.
Okay.
So we need to, when we come back, we start now spatial analysis, not the one that we were doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Professor, you and I think we are catching up now.
We are. And you know what? I just enjoyed every moment of it.
Myself, I'm enjoying it too. I did R in 2009 with Steve Koch. Now he is R, but I didn't practice it. So whatever you don't use it, you lose it.
Yes. In fact, for me, it's the first time. It's the first time that I'm doing R.
But there's no difference between you and I who did it in 2009.
I think normally if you don't use it, you completely forget.
Yes.
It's
Tobekile, yes, I see.
Yes. Doc, I just wanted to ask if it's possible to download the recording afterwards.
After that, yes, we are recording, and when we finish, I think Koketo will assist us in terms of how to share the recording when we need it.
Okay.
So we'll get direction from her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much.
Hi, sorry. I'll send the recording after the meeting. So as soon as it's officially been sent to me, because it still needs to download on the cloud, and then I'll be able to send it to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Let's say it's 2 o'clock. Let's resume, and we are very, very, very far from the targets of today. So what I'm suggesting, an efficient way of moving forward so that we are able to cover a lot of ground, is allow me to go through the slides, what I have prepared today, and I will be able to finish them maybe in 1 hour. Once I finish, then we can go back now to the practical, and we do the practical. Even if we don't finish at 4, when we come back tomorrow, because tomorrow I do have a few slides, it's not a lot. So for tomorrow, we can continue with the practical where we are going to be stopping for today. Then we continue. So that's what I suggest, so that we can move a little bit quicker and we cover everything. Because otherwise, if we continue with the practical now, we might not see the most important thing, which I'm not saying that what we've been seeing is not important. They are also important. But let's touch the spatial econometrics itself, so that when we finish that, then we go back to the practical. I know where we stop, then we'll do the practical. It's not a problem. And like for tomorrow, we can even, when we do practical, for those who want to stay behind, I will talk with Koketo and see whether we can extend, so that those who want to stay behind, even after 4, for the practical questions, or people do have some data issue, I can still sit down with you up to 6 o'clock. It's not a problem, Mama. It's just that today we need to cover what we need to cover. So that's what I'm suggesting. And if you all agree, let us just cover that ground and cover everything that we're supposed to cover. Is that okay? I think we will agree, because that's an efficient way of evolving. And because otherwise, if we go with the practical now, we might not finish what we were supposed to cover. So it's better I run through the slides in 1 hour, then we go back to the practical. So that's what I'm going to do. So let me share my slide, and we are going to do that. So can you see my slide? I think you can, because I can not. Okay. So so we were doing this slide, this practical of handling spatial data. We haven't even touched the spatial data, but we'll come back to it. It's not a problem, don't worry. We'll come back to it. So let me cover this slide because, as you can see, we've got 100 of them and we are still on 16. So I will go a little bit faster, but not jumping things. I will cover everything and so that we understand. So I'm going to explain the notion of spatial dependence. Remember, we looked at what is spatial data, and in terms of the location, we said spatial data, there are two elements. There is location and there is also the attribute. So when you have those two, that's what forms spatial data. And we also say in terms of location, the location can be, the information for the location, for the place, can be presented in different formats. It could be points, it could be areas, it could be lines, it could be grid. But we said, like in our case, we are going to deal with mostly areas, particularly irregular areas, like provinces, ward, neighborhood, or those things, the polygons, they are in irregular form. And to some extent, we can also look at point data. And so that's what we are concerned with in this workshop, and mostly in spatial econometrics. So now we want to look at spatial dependence, which is the feature, in fact, of spatial data analysis, or in econometrics, what is at the core, at the heart of spatial econometrics. So what my approach was first to explain this notion, so that when we start now explaining spatial econometrics, at least you would have this notion, which is like a base where you can, so that you can understand spatial econometrics. So what is spatial dependence? Spatial dependence, as I said, is the future, the main future of spatial data. And remember, we are talking about, as I said, in spatial data, you need two attributes or two elements, location and attribute. So spatial dependence, it means when you have an attribute, and an attribute could be GDP, it could be unemployment, it could be income, it could be whatever phenomenon that you are looking at, that's the attribute. So that attribute, you look at it at different locations. Remember, we said also locations. So you have one attribute, but you are looking at it at different locations. So it could be income or disposable income for, let's say, in neighborhoods, and you have different neighborhoods, but the phenomenon is just one, which is disposable income. So if you take a disposable income at a neighborhood, let's call it A or neighborhood I, so if that income at neighborhood or at a place or at a location I depends on the income of other places or other locations that are next or that are neighbors of that neighborhood, then we say there is dependence. It means that there are two things here. It's not only dependence in terms of the phenomenon, the attribute, but dependence because these places are also close by. They are also neighbors. Then in that case, we are going to talk about spatial dependence. That's what it means. And where does this idea come from? You've heard, or maybe you'll hear now, if you've never heard about it, there is this famous Tobler's first law of geography, where it says everything is related to everything else, but close things are more related than things that are far apart. If you interrogate deeply that sentence, you will see that those two elements that we've mentioned in terms of attribute and location, they are being embedded in this sentence. First of all, everything. So it could be the phenomenon that we are studying. So the phenomenon that we are studying is related to itself somewhere else. But what they are now adding, what they are saying, that relationship is even more pronounced for areas that are close by than areas that are far away. So it means that if we take the example of Johannesburg, Johannesburg as a city, as an area, is surrounded by city of Merafong, the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of Tshwane, for instance. So Johannesburg will be more related if we are studying a phenomenon in Johannesburg, let's say poverty level. If poverty level for Johannesburg is related to poverty level in the other surrounding areas, we call it spatial dependence, because these surrounding areas are neighbors to Johannesburg. So that's the first kind of notion, or the first kind of trying to initiate you to understand what we mean by spatial dependence. And you also, for you that are involved in time series, you know these things in terms of when you are looking at time series in terms of the past time and the present time. We always say the past time influence the present time. So there is that dependence, autocorrelation, you talk about it. So it's the same. But in this case, instead of time, but we replace with space or places. And the other difference now, in terms of time, you can only have dependence in one way. So it means that the past can only influence the present or the future, but the present cannot influence the past, you see? But in space, it's a little bit different. In space, it's both ways. If I am, Johannesburg is neighbor to city of Ekurhuleni, Ekurhuleni is also neighbor to Johannesburg. So the very same way the level of poverty in Ekurhuleni can be influenced by the level of poverty in Johannesburg, the level of poverty in Johannesburg can also be influenced by the level of poverty in Ekurhuleni. So it's both ways. So that's the only difference between the autocorrelation that you know in time series and the autocorrelation or the spatial autocorrelation, which is spatial dependence that we are talking about here. So that's spatial dependence. So there are two elements here, as we've been talking about. So there is the element of attribute and the element of location. And remember, similarity should be also not just with everyone, any space, but it should be close. When they are close by, then we talk about spatial dependence. And it's very important, you need to understand that. Spatial dependence, like spatial autocorrelation, it could take any form. So it could take any direction. So it could be positive, or it could be negative, or it could be none. But if it's positive, what does that mean? So this is how we need to understand it. If it's positive, it means that things or values of attributes that are similar are close by. So similar, it could be high values. So maybe it could be because it's poverty. Let's say high values, high level of poverty, then you will see those high level of poverty, those areas that are close by. Or it could be low, low, or high, high. That's what it means. So it means that they are together of the similar nature. In that case, we talk about positive dependence. Of course, it should be significant. As you know, when we are assessing a situation, it should be significant. So in spatial econometrics, that's how we interpret it. But if I'm just giving you a small example here. If we were talking about point pattern analysis, the one that I've told you to say you can analyze events or location or firms in terms of looking at innovation, you remember that example. So if firms are of the same, in terms of point pattern, in point pattern, we're gonna interpret it as concentration, as I told you. If we see firms that are similar in terms of innovation, being located in the same, in the neighborhood, we call it concentration. That's in point pattern. It's just an example that I'm citing by passing. So the negative dependence is where you have dissimilarity. So in this case, the attributes of different neighboring spaces are different, are dissimilar. So it could be Johannesburg is surrounded by areas that are low in terms of poverty, whereas Johannesburg itself has got the level of poverty is a little bit high. So we can also calculate the dependence, and we found the dependence, but in this case, it will be negative. And if it's negative, it means that low values are surrounded by high values, or high values are surrounded by low values. And in this case, mostly you find positive dependence. In most of the cases that I've worked on, you find positives. Negative is very difficult, but it happens mostly in the areas of crime. Crime, particularly when you go down, you can find that you have those things, but it exists. Theoretically, that's what it means. You can even find it. But negative dependence also could also imply heterogeneity, spatial heterogeneity. What does that mean? It means that there are differences, although they are dependent, but there are differences. We'll explain this spatial heterogeneity later. Even if you don't understand it here, don't worry. As we go later, you will understand it better with an example that I will give. But what is important, you need to just note that there is positive and negative. When it's positive, it's similar values of the neighboring places. When it's negative, it's dissimilar values, but that are dependent and the places are close by. So that's how you understand that. So now that we understand what is spatial dependence, and you've heard me talking about similar, nearby or close by. So we need to define that concept of what do we mean by close by? What do we mean by nearby? And people use the term neighborhood or neighborhoodness. So it's the same. Or I could have said that, what is close by? Close by is very important in spatial econometrics. You need to understand that notion also, because it linked to this spatial dependence. What is my neighbor? Who is my neighbor? So we need to define that, and it is very important. The second bullet, I'm saying, first of all, the notion of neighbor evolves or gives us the idea of interaction. There should be interaction. That's what we call neighborhood. So there should be that interaction, and we'll explain interaction in a proper way so that we understand it. And what is important is to say or to note that neighborhood or close by is not only limited to geography. Although we are talking about spatial econometrics, it means that we are focusing on the space or places, but you can apply the same notion to other things, not only the space, which means that neighborhood cannot just be limited to space or to geography. It could be, you can use it to other things, like social interaction. You know, you could also use this notion of neighborhoodness and spatial dependence, but you are not going to use it as a spatial dependence. It will be maybe social dependence or something else. So you can do that. The example that we are giving is, let's assume that banks that are operating in the same environment, rules and so forth. So if they are interacting, you can consider them as belonging to a certain space, but it's not a local or geographical space. And you can use the techniques of spatial econometrics to do that. We'll see as we progress. But for the pedagogical reason, let us limit ourselves now just to geography. So that we first understand this, then we'll move on as after we have understood what we mean by neighbors. So neighbors, it's you take that term interaction, and we'll come back to interaction. What does that mean? So we need to determine, now that we've said neighbor or neighborhoodness is just geographical, so let us now come back and define who is my neighbor and who should be my neighbor, or who should be the neighbor of who. So there are some criteria that we use or that are used in spatial econometrics so that you can determine the neighbor, because it's not everyone. Let's say we are dealing with municipalities, like here in South Africa now, we do have 270 something municipalities. you are not going to say all of them, they are neighbors to each one of them. No. So there should be some criteria. So we do have the criteria which we call the geographical neighbors using the contiguity. Contiguity meaning that if they are sharing the same borders. So you can use that criteria. So Johannesburg will only be neighbor to, if you use the contiguity, it will be neighbor to Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Merafong, for instance. Oh, no, not Merafong. It could be, yeah, Merafong, even on the east. It could be, it will be on the west. It will be Western, I think, and yeah. So because they share the same border, so that's contiguity. But you can also use distance. So you can also look at the distance between themselves. So distance, it becomes a little bit complicated. Within distance, you can either use a cutoff distance. You say it can only be a neighbor if it is within a certain threshold, maybe 50 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 100 kilometers. What I'm expecting you to ask me, the question is to say, how do you know, why do you choose 50 or 100? So my answer would be, it depends on your research question. It depends on the topic that you are researching on. So it will also guide you. So the threshold, you can determine yourself your threshold, or it could be the nearest neighbor. So nearest also is a distance. So you calculate the distance, possible distances that exist between one area with the rest. Then you choose the nearest. Then you say, this is my neighbor, this is my neighbor, this is not my neighbor. It could be that. Or it could be inverse distance. I normally use also inverse distance in most of the cases because it makes sense. So everyone will be considered as a neighbor, but you are going to give them different weights. So that's what we call the distance decay. So in fact, it even responds very well to the definition of Tobler's, which says everything is related to everything else, but these nearer things are more related than those that are far. So which means that you first consider everyone like your neighbor, but you give them different weight according to the distance. So in this case, it will be the inverse of distance. The far you are, the less you get in terms of the weights of the influence that you can have on me. So the one that is next to me has got more weight because it's next to me, so it can influence me more than, or to a greater extent than the one that is far. So inverse distances, that way the logic comes from. It comes from that definition of Tobler's. So you can also use that as a criteria to define the neighborhood. And there are many other criteria. So here it's just the most famous, but you can use many other. So you've seen maybe in the literature, people using, if you are looking at countries, they use GDP per capita, and they define a certain threshold. They say, you only my neighbor if your GDP capita is at this extent. It happens. So you will see it later, or even in the literature. So this slide is just trying to explain what we mean by cutoff distance and how it happens. And it also talks about the nearest neighbor. How does it happen? So don't worry about it, you read it. So the second bullet there is just talking about different ways of, and different authors that have proposed different ways of trying to put the criteria on defining the neighbor in geographical neighbors or otherwise. So you can read that. It's not that important. What is important is what I've given you: contiguity, distance, and within distance, you can look at inverse distances, nearest neighbors, and you can also look at the threshold in terms of the distance, cutoff threshold. And when we do the practical, we'll come back to this, and it will become even more clearer in terms of understanding it. So those are the criteria that you should use. So let's come back to, I want to insist on the criteria, contiguity criteria, because it is very important, and it's the most famous, particularly when you are working with like provinces, countries, wards that are close by, and we normally use this. So within the contiguity contiguity, we also do have sub-criteria. Either you use Rook criteria or Queen criteria. The Rook criteria is the neighbors on the side, but the Queen, you take even the edges. And I'll give you a slide or an example. This is an example. So consider this as our neighbors, our areas. So we've divided them in grid just for the sake of to visualize what we're talking about. But when you deal with provinces or when you deal with regions, they are not in that shape. But this is just to explain the notion of Rook and Queen criteria. So we take this first one. You can see when we take this region or this spatial units or this location, according to the roots, because we are in contiguity, we say that it's anything that you share the neighbor, the border, it's your neighbor. So we look, they share the border, it shares the border with this one, with this one, with this one, with this one, and even this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. But in terms of the rooks, when you use the Rook criteria says only the neighbors with whom you share the side. So it will be just this, 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 this. So it will have 4 neighbors. But the Queen criteria is the side and the edges. So it's not only this side, but it's also the edges. Let me use this one. You see the side, there, 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 and there, and the edges also. These are the edges. You also consider the edges. So you see, if you consider Queen.
Sorry, Dr. Clement, sorry, I can't
Yes?
I can't see your screen. Sorry.
You are not seeing the screen?
Yeah.
Oh.
You are not sharing the screen. I can't see it.
I don't know what has happened.
I can see it.
I can see
it
it
on my side.
I can see
okay,
it.
let me. No, I see there is a problem. Maybe there is a problem. Let me stop sharing, then come back again. I've stopped sharing. Let me come back. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, when you look now, you compare the two, you see that the Queen criteria takes a lot of, if you consider the Queen criteria, you will have more neighbors than when you consider the Rook criteria. So now the problem becomes in research, which one do you take? So we'll see, it depends on the first answer to that is your research question and what you want to achieve, but there are also ways of assessing. We'll do that when we do the practical to say, which one do I choose? So we'll see, but you are guided by your research question first of all. So that's the most important thing that you need to know. And there is also on the contiguity, we do also have another criteria which is not really used in many cases. It's the Bishop, they call it Bishop criteria. So I've never used it, but it's there. So you can also look at it. But these are the mostly used criteria. So now we understand the neighborhood. So we've defined how to define the neighborhood. So you can use your location in terms of the distances. So you've got the information on your location. You can use distances to define who's neighbor with who. So you're gonna define all these things, or you can use the contiguity, or you can use inverse distances. So you calculate, if let's say you have 10 locations, so it means that you're gonna have, for each location, you need to define, to measure the distance. So distance between 1 and 2, distance between 1 and 3, distance between 1 and 4. Then you come back again, distance between 2 and 3, distance between 2 and 4, and so forth and so on. So it will be a lot that you're gonna do. Then you have the distances, then you take the inverse of those distances, then you define. And we are going to see how you're gonna define. The framework that we define that, or where we put those neighbors, we call that in spatial econometrics, spatial weight matrix. So you need to create a matrix. So what is a spatial matrix? First of all, it's a square matrix. So which means that if you have 10 neighbors, those 10 neighbors, they are also, first of all, they are 10, they also have 10 neighbors. So it will be 10 and 10. We'll see on in rows and in terms of the columns. But that matrix is that the purpose of this matrix is for each neighbor. If one is neighbor with 3, in the cell where you have 1, let's say line for 1 and the column for 3, we have to put certain thing to indicate, or certain number in that cell to indicate that these are neighbors. And we normally put 0 and 1. 0 means they are not neighbors. 1 means they are neighbors. The 2 are neighbors. You see? And I will show you an example in the slide that is coming. But imagine a little bit. What we are saying, the spatial matrix, it's now showing you that interaction. Because if they are neighbors, it means that they are interacting. They are, or they share certain factors together, which sometimes we can't observe. So that's why we say they are neighbors. And we want to understand that interaction. Imagine you have hundreds observations and you need to create that matrix. So it will be a matrix of 100 by 100. If you have 1,000, it will be a matrix of 1,000 by 1,000. So it will be a monster. And let us try to understand that logic. It's a monster, but that monster has got zeros and ones. The zeros mean that they are not neighbors. And because we've put zeros, so even when we start now computing other things, because of the zeros, it facilitates the computation. So this was a way of coming with a certain kind of framework so that you can deal with the neighborhood in the computation part. And you will see it when we start estimating the importance of the spatial weight matrix, because it will assist us even to calculate the spatial dependence that we were talking about. So it's a very important framework. And on the slide, we are just giving an example. We say if you have n observation, normally you should have n by n minus 1 divided by 2 interactions. So it's a lot. Like in South Africa now, we do have 4,392 ward. So if you are working at the ward level, the aggregation level is ward, and you want now to construct the spatial matrix, it will have this size. So you can calculate n, you replace n by 4,392, and you replace there divided by 2. It will give you 9,642,000. It's a lot. It's a lot. So the importance of it is that because there will be zeros somewhere there and many zeros, even in the computation, it becomes easy. So that's the importance of spatial weight matrix. So we've talked about spatial dependence. In spatial dependence, there are two notions or two elements: similarities of spaces and similarities or dissimilarities of attribute values that are dependent. Yes, that's what we call spatial dependence. Then the neighbors, because we said neighbors, we need to define the neighbors. We need to use certain criteria to define. After we've defined, we need to put them in a certain framework, and that framework is spatial weight matrix. So we've done that. So I've already talked about the advantages of talking about of having spatial weight matrix. So this slide is what I was talking about earlier on. So this is how we define. This is a definition. Let assume that it's contiguity, and because it's contiguity, what are you going to do first of all to construct this spatial matrix? First of all, you establish a list of neighbors. So you're going to establish, if let's say we've got 10 observation, so you will order them. You will say observation or place 1, place 2, place 3, place 4, up to 10. Then on the second column, you say For place 1, who are the neighbors of place 1? You say it's 4 and 5. You say 4 and 5. Who are the neighbors of place 5? It's 3 and 1, or 3 and 10. You put 3 and 10. So you have a list. That's what we call N here. So for each I, you'll have Ni. Ni is a list of neighbors of I. You see? So if we have that list, now in the matrix, because in the matrix you'll have, because they are 10, you'll have 10 columns and 10 lines or rows. So for you to put now the weight, you are going to say place number 1 versus place number 1 on the column. It's 0. You can't be neighbor to yourself. It's 0. But 1 and 2, are they neighbors? If they're neighbors, we say 1. So 1 means that if J width is the other location, if J belongs to this list, the list of neighbors, we give them 1. If they don't, we give them 0. It's very difficult to understand the logic here, but we'll give an example. Don't follow this. Let me give you an example. This is an example. I want to explain this example properly. This is, let's assume that this is our study area. And this study area is divided in different sub-regions or regions. So we've got region 1, region 2, region 3, region 4, region 5, 6, 7, 8. You look at the bold, where the bolded line are the limits, you see? So now we want to establish the neighbors. There are 8. So the spatial matrix is like this one. So we have 1, 2, 3, up to 8. 1, 2, 3, up to 8. So it's a matrix, whatever we have here. These are just the numbering so that we can see that this is place 1, this is place 2, this is place 3, this is place 1, this is place 8. But the matrix itself is here. So now let us look properly. What you see here, which is not in bold, it means that it's a distance. It's a distance, and we say it's distance 1. We just give it a number, say 1. It could be 1 meter, 1 kilometer, 1 whatever, but it's 1. So now let's look at we are not looking at the distance, we are just looking at contiguity, which is also agency, C. You know, it's contiguity. So neighbors based by the borders, if they share the same borders. So let's observe properly. 1 shares borders with which places? It shares borders with 2. It also shares border with 4. It also shares border with 5. It also shares border with 3, because 3 start from here. It's like it starts from here, it comes down, then it goes here. So 1 shares border with 2, with 4, with 5, and with 3. So according to the neighborhood criteria, so we put 1 here. 1 cannot be neighbor to itself. That's why you put 0. But 1 is neighbor to 2. That's why we put 1. It's true because it's neighbor. There is border here. It's neighbor to 3. There is border here. It's neighbor to 4. Yes, there is border here. It's neighbor to 5. Yes, there is border here. So that's why you see 1 is neighbor with all these. It's neighbors with 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's take 7. 7 is here. 7 is neighbors with, as we can see, with 3, because up there is 3. On the left-hand side, it is 6. Down, it is 8. Even on this side, it's still 8. So it is neighbors are 3, 6, 8. So let's see. 7. Is it neighbor with 1? No, 0. Is it neighbor with 2? No, 0. Is it neighbor with 3? Yes, it's there. So that's why we put 1. Is it neighbor with 5? 4? No. Is it neighbor with 5? No. Is it neighbor with 6? Yes. That's why we put 1 there, because 6 is here. Is it neighbor with 7? It can't, because it's itself. It can't be. So on the diagonal of this matrix, it's always 0. Is it neighbor with 8? Yes, it is 1. So this is the spatial matrix that we've created. That's what we were talking about. I see it seems that there is someone who wants to ask a question. No? Okay.
No, I think
this is the agent. Okay, this is the spatial matrix that we're talking about. So if you didn't understand what I was trying to explain with formula, please understand this. See? So now let's use the nearest neighbor. The nearest, you remember I told you that this distance, we can say it like 1. So let's assume now, what is, when we take 1, 1 is here. When we take 1, what is the nearest neighbor of 1? And the nearest, we give a threshold, it should be -2. So these blocks should not be 2, because 1 block means 1. This one means also 1. So like 1 has got 2, it means that from 1 to here, it is 2. So 1 cannot, no, let me see. Yeah. Nearest neighbor, distance, okay. Okay. Let's read again. Distance is measured between the centroid of the region. Yeah, I was going to miss this. The centroid means the center. So we're going to start by the center. So the center of 1 is here. So going from this center to the center of 2 will be somewhere there. Maybe here, somewhere there. So going from 1 to the center of 2, you can see that it's less than 2 because it is this 1, this is 2, but this is the edge, it's not the center. The center is here. So it will be 1.5. You agree with me? If it's 1.5, it is less than 2. So we take it as neighbor. That's why you see it is neighbor. We agree that it is its neighbor, the nearest neighbor. Let's take 1 and 3. The center of 1 is here. 3, very complicated. We don't know where the center is. Is it here? Is it there? Let's assume that it's somewhere here, the center. From here to here, it's 1. If the center is here, it could be 2. Very complicated. By the way, we didn't consider it because we don't know even the center where it is. If the center is this one, it will be more than 2, as we can see. So that's why we just put 0. It's because of this reason. We say it's 0. So let's say 1 and 4. Center of 1 is here, and center of 4 is somewhere there. So if we move from here to, we don't even know where the center is. From here to here, it's 1. But where is center? Normally, it should have been 1 also, according to me. Okay, we took it from a book. According to me, this should have been a neighbor. Because if we take this as a center and this as a center, they are the same like the 2. I don't think it's more than 2. So I think it's less than 2. It should have been 1 also. But at least you understand the logic of how you do it. Let's take now the second criteria. The second criteria, the third criteria. The third criteria is nearest neighbor. Yeah, this C, because we were talking about D. So it was here. Sorry, I misled you. I apologize. All the explanation that I was talking about here, I think we need to apply it on D. Sorry, I really apologize. So we are talking about D giving the distance less than 2. So let's restart. 1 is neighbor to 2. That's what we've said. 1 is neighbor to 4. As we can see, to 3, there's no, the distance, we don't know where the center is. But to 4, it's neighbors because it's here. If we come here, it's 1. If we come here, it's less than 2. So that's why you see it is 1. So 1 and 4 are neighbors based on this criteria, distance less than 2. 1 and 5, let's see. Center of 1 is here. So to go to 5, it's 1, which is 1 already. 2, so center of is here. So it's more than 2. It's 0. The rest is 0. So what I was talking about was for it was applied. We need to apply it on D. But for C, it's nearest neighbor. So the neighbor, which when we calculate the distance is the shortest compared to the rest. Let's look at 1. 1 is close to 2, then it is close to 3, because 3 is not only this, but it can be the rest of this. So that's why you see 1 and 2 are neighbors, because this distance to this is shorter than this distance to this one, then this one also. So that's why you see it is neighbor there, the nearest neighbor. So that's how you construct your metrics. But I just want to remove your fear, because the question that you're going to ask me, say, so I have to do this manually? No, the machine will do it for you. So this is just for us to understand the logic. But let me maybe share a joke with you. When I was doing my PhD, because I was doing this, I spent 6 months only to realize that after I spent those months, to realize that I could have done this thing in an efficient way. Because at that time, I didn't know how to construct those neighbors with the command. So I had to do it manually. I had my map. So now I was doing it, and doing it manually, you make mistakes, a lot of mistakes. When you come back, you realize that you've made a mistake. So I spent 6 months just doing what I've shown you now, only to realize that it's just a matter of clicking a button, then you have everything. So it happens. I've learned my lesson, but you can do it on the machine. The reason why we're showing it is just for you to see the logic. But when we start doing the practice, you will see that very easy, very simple, because you understand the logic. So let me jump. Here I'm going to rotate. Can you see it now better? Can you see it in this slide that I've just rotated?
Yes.
Okay. So this slide is the real, the one that we, yeah, let me say 125.
Yeah, good.
Is it now? Is it good now?
Very good.
Or can I put 150? Yeah, 150.
You can also do that.
So, yeah. So this is the real data. What we were discussing was just, we tried to put things and so that we understand, but this is the real data. They've looked at, is it Great Britain, where you have Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern England, So this is real data. These are real places. So we want to construct the metrics, spatial weight metrics. So we have here, these are the places. We also repeat them there. Scotland is there. Northern Ireland. We said it's a square matrix. So it's a square. This one is square. The number of rows is equal to number of columns. So now let's look at what we've done. Scotland is not neighbor with Scotland. We put 0. Scotland, Northern Ireland, by the way, is an island. So everywhere it will be 0. You won't see if we base by the contiguity, because there is a sea or whatever which is there. So it's not Northern Ireland. So we say it's not. They are not sharing the same border. Border, we say it's physical. It should be land border. But there is a way of dealing with the island in R. You can eliminate them directly. We will see that. So Northern Ireland, it's 0, but Scotland and Wales, they don't share the same border. But Scotland and Northern England, they are neighbors. That's why you see 1 there. Scotland and the rest, it's 0, 0, 0. This one, don't worry. This one is the sum of the column. I will explain now. So everywhere where you see the zeros, it means that they are not sharing the same borders. But the rest, it seems that they are neighbors. But you'll notice that some places we do have 1, in other places we do have less than 1. Like here, we do have 0, 0.3, 0, 0.3, 0, 0.3. Here 0, 0.2, 0, 0.2, here 0, 0.5. What you need to understand first of all is everywhere where there is no 0, it means that those 2 elements or those 2 places, they are neighbors. So now where do these other 0, 3 comes from, and 0.5. Normally, for computational purpose, as we will see later, once you create the spatial weight matrix, you need to standardize it so that you give the sum of the lines should be 1. That's what it means. So what do you do? Because you've got neighbors, you've got figures here. Like in this case, you only have 1. So you take the sum of everything here, it is 1. Once you put the sum here, you are now going to divide everything that is here by that sum. So you take 0 divided by 1, 0 divided by 1, it's 0, and 1 divided by 1, it is 1. So that's why you have 1 here. Let's go to the third line, which is wells. Normally there was 1 here, because 1, we said 1 means neighbor. There was also 1 here, and there was also 1 here. Then what do? You sum these, and you start dividing by those numbers. Once you do that, you'll have 3. And when we take 1 divided by 3, it will be 0.3. 1 divided by 3, 0.3. 1 divided by 3, 0.3. Then you put 0.3. Then you sum it again so that the sum can give you 1. So the logic is that we need to standardize so that the sum of the lines or the rows for each row is 1. So that's the logic. And how do you do it? You first sum whatever you have here. You'll have a certain number, like average. Then you start dividing each number by that number. That's what you're going to put here. Once you put here, it's for you to have 1 here. So that's what they've done everywhere. You see, for instance, here, you have 0.5, 0.5. If you add them, it's 1. So it means that we had 1 here and 1 here. So they summed it, them, which gave 2. So if we take 1 divided by 2, it's 0.5. 1 divided by 2, again, it's 0.5. So that's what it means. This is the standardized spatial matrix. The other one that we've seen with 1, 1, it's what we call binary spatial matrix, because binary, it's just 2 numbers, 0 and 1. This one is not 2 numbers. You can see there is 0, 0.2, 0.3, then there is 1. This one is called standardized spatial matrix. And it is important, there are certain functions, when you use them in R, it will say your matrix is not standardized. So it will give you a message to say, go and standardize your matrix. It's for computational purposes. So don't worry about that. Just know that you can standardize your matrix, particularly the matrix that you've created with contiguity. Because if it's distance or others, you don't, because they are not symmetrical. First of all, this one is symmetrical. It's another element. So in contiguity, the matrix is not only square, but it's also symmetrical. So on the diagonal, of the diagonals, you have the same information. So that is very critical, and you will see it in the when we start doing the practical. So let me go now to the next. So we've defined spatial matrix, we've defined neighborhood, we've defined also what we mean by spatial dependence. So we were supposed to do now the second session so that we create this matrix now, but we'll do it later. Let me jump this so that we finish first with the line. So the notion of spatial dependence that we've defined, we need to measure it. We need to have a certain statistic that will give us the summary of that information for us to be able to know whether there is spatial dependence or not. So all the things that we've been doing in terms of spatial weight matrix, it's for us to come to this point so that we are able now to measure it practically to say, this is this measure of spatial dependence. But now we distinguish. When we're talking about spatial dependence, we just say spatial dependence. But in reality, we do have, in terms of measuring, we do have what we call global spatial dependence and local spatial dependence. Global spatial dependence, it's just giving us the pattern in general of everything to say, okay, there is spatial dependence or there isn't, globally speaking. But local, we might have spatial dependence, but locally now, there are certain things that are happening which that measure of global spatial dependence cannot give us. What are those things? It could be that that spatial dependence is changing as you move on. You might find that it's positive, but as you move on the space, you find that there are certain places where when you take the local spatial dependence, it becomes negative, and sometimes it is even not there. You see, so the difference is that the global spatial dependence is just giving us the idea of the clustering, if it's positive. So it gives us the idea of clustering, but it doesn't tell us where are those clusters. We don't know where those clusters. So that's why we do have two measures of spatial dependence. We do have the global measure, so the measure for global spatial dependence, and for local. So we're going to start with the local, and we do have two statistics that are mostly used. The first is Moran's I, and the second is the Geary coefficient. Sometimes they are the same, sometimes they are not. They don't give the same information. So it depends. But Moran is the mostly used one. So you have Moran statistic to measure the dependence, like you have correlation measure, you also have Moran statistics. And the Moran statistic is, as I said, is mostly used. It's also linked to the idea of linear relationship, as you will see when we look at the formula. And because it is a statistic, any statistic, you need to have a reference. You need to have an hypothesis because you need to test it. So then the null hypothesis is that the spatial data that you have is spatially random, which means that there is no spatial dependence. There is no dependence. By the way, I forgot to say it. Here we are, the dependence that we are measuring is univariate. So we are just looking at one variable. We are not talking about regression, just one variable. It could be crime. So we have an attribute crime. Then we have the locations or the information for the locations. So we want to see whether there is spatial dependence in terms of crime. So it's univariate. So the null hypothesis is there is no spatial dependence. That's what it means. So we need to run now this statistic and see whether we can reject the null hypothesis. If we reject the null hypothesis, it means that there is spatial dependence. So we need to treat this differently, and we need to deal with this spatial dependence because it is there. But the problem that you will hear many people talk about it is that there is no alternative hypothesis. You see, for each statistic, we all normally have the null and the alternative. But in Moran, there is no alternative because it just says there is spatial or there isn't spatial dependence. But we don't know next. So that's where the problem is. But we will see when we come now to the regression, what do you need to do so that you can run your regression. But at least if the null hypothesis is rejected, you know that there is spatial dependence. At least you know. I see it seems that, is there anyone who wants to talk? Is it in the chat? Yeah, okay. There's no one raising the hand. So that's the issue. So this is the formula. As you can see, when you take these Z, I, and J, they are just a deviation from the means. So you take crime in area A and crime in area B, but you remove their mean, the total mean, the mean for everything, then as we can see, this is a correlation, but you are adding just the weight that we've given. That way the importance of spatial metrics that we've created. So you are going to multiply each element by the weight. So those that were with 0 in the spatial metrics will just eliminate themselves. So you can see that it's an efficient way of dealing with it. I'm not going to dwell much on the formula. You can read it. It's a formula, but when you go to the practical session, we'll just apply it. So it's very important. So you need now to, once you calculate that, you need to have a reference to say, for you to decide, to test now that spatial, the Moran's eye. So there are different ways of doing it. So you can do it with analytically, so where you assume a spatial or a normal distribution or randomization, or you can do it computationally. I like this one because I normally don't understand the logic, although it's there, but I like to use this one, particularly when I'm using, when you are doing the univariate. What this means? It means that you have your data, like crime. That crime, for each space, you will have a certain number, like we've done for municipalities A. Crime rate will be maybe 1.3. For municipalities A, it will be 3.5, and so forth and so on. You calculate the Moran. Once you finish, you can permutate. So you can shuffle things. So you take those numbers again, you just change them in different spaces, and you do multiple times, you see? And you calculate again the Moran, and so forth and so on. Then you see whether you were wrong for the first time when you calculated the Morans, to see whether the distribution is maybe spatially random. Maybe you were wrong to reject, you made that type 1 error to reject the null hypothesis, whereas it was true. So I like this one. I also use this one. So when we go to the practical, you will see it. So there are two ways of, once you calculate the Moran, how to test whether it's significant or not. There are two ways of doing it. And this is just a way of, from the Moran, you can calculate the Z value of the Moran. And it is important because if, for instance, you have different set of data, or one set of data, but different spatial weight metrics. Remember, we said you can have different criteria to determine the spatial weight matrix. So you have all of those, but you calculate the Moran for each of, in each cases where you have maybe contiguity with rook, contiguity with queen, distance, threshold, and in distance you can have threshold of 50, 100, 20, depending, and inverse distances. Now you say, which one must I choose? So once you calculate the Moran, you can take the Z value, you compare their Z values instead of comparing their Moran, because the Moran I is based on the weights. So because the weight is based on the criteria that you've used, you cannot use Moran to do that comparison to say, oh, this one has given me a spatial, the statistic of Moran, which is I, and this one is less. No, if you do that, you are wrong. So you need to standardize. So that way Z comes from. But we will see it and how to do it so that you can be able to compare. That's what I was saying. You can use Z to choose which one you want to work with, but there are other measures. So this is the permutation that I was talking about. You reshuffle your data many times. It can be 100 times, it can be 1,000 times. R can do that for you. In a minute, you'll have the answer. Then you choose and you make a decision. So the interpretation of Moran's I. So if it is positive and of course significant, it means that there is clustering So what does that mean? Like values tend to be close by. So it could be low values and low values, or high values and high values. So there is clustering. If it's negative, there is low values and high values tend to be also being together. Sometimes it's very difficult in reality to find the negative, but you can find in some situations. And when I was preparing this, I thought about, let's say, yeah, what was the example that I wanted to talk about? Yeah, let's take Alexandra and Santon, which is the famous one that we know. If you measure areas in Alexandra and areas in Santon in terms of the income, you will see that they are different, but they are close by because naturally that's where they are. So you will find a negative one. If you have such situation, you'll find a negative one. So you'll find a Moran that is negative because Santon, in terms of income, you have people who are high at the top notch, and in Alexandra, you have people at the bottom level of the ladder. So it's possible, but sometimes it's challenging. But it also shows when you find the negative, the other sign, it shows that spatial heterogeneity. That's what I was talking about. Heterogeneity means that it's not stable. Remember when you are doing time series and panel data, you talk about stationarity, isn't it? To say the mean is changing, the mean or the variance is not the same, it's changing. Then when it's like that, it's not stationary, it's moving. So you can picture that the same. You can have spatial dependence, which is positive, but sometimes it's not, it's changing. So when we find negative, it means that it could be the presence of heterogeneity. Things are changing as you move along. So it's just a sign, but you need to go and check it. Here you can't really pinpoint, but you need to use now the local measures for spatial dependence so that you can see, oh, which areas do we have negative, where do we have positive? So that's what it is. So I was talking about the comparison of spatial Moran statistics. So they depend on spatial weights, as I explained. So don't compare using the Moran's I. You use the standardized Z value, which is very important, please. So I've already talked about this one. So let me explain the clustering and cluster. As I said, Moran's I is global statistic. It gives us one value which summarizes the information with regard to dependence or not. But it doesn't tell us the location of clusters if they are. So that's why we need another measure, and it's local statistic, because Moran I is the global one. And I've already talked about it. This is just for when you are doing, for instance, point pattern analysis. You can have contagion, and in contagion, you can have apparent one and the true one. But let's forget about it. You can read it because it's not spatial econometrics. I was just trying to bring that example. This is the Giri measure. We talked about the Moran's I. Now we are talking about the Giri coefficient. It's like the same in terms of, you see the weight there, but here they are not using the standardized or the, you know, for the Z we were deviating, we were just taking out the mean, but here they're just using the numbers as they are. And what they are telling us, the value always is between 0 and 2. And if it's less, let's say the coefficient is less than 1, or Z that we're gonna find, because they also give Z, it's less than 0, you say it's positive spatial. If it's greater than 1, then we say it's negative. So there is that opposition between, in terms of the sign, between Giri and Morans. As I told you, Morans has got that notion of linearity, whereas Giri doesn't really. So that's, sometimes they give you the same interpretation, sometimes they don't. But most of the people, they use Moran. Giri, I've never seen a paper where they've used it so far. Most of the time it's Moran, which is most popular. So don't worry about it. So the inference, the same. Analytical, approximation, permutation. So we do that. Let's go back now to, we've done the global one. Now we're talking about the local. I see, is there someone who wants to talk? No one. Okay. So now we are looking at the local. How do you measure now the local one? Once you've, let's say you understand now that, oh, there is spatial dependence, but you want to go down there so that you can see. And it happens a lot in, it depends on the topic that you are, or the research question that you have. But in crime, mostly people want to understand the local because it gives you the better sense of things. So you can use what is referred to as local indicators of spatial association. It's LISA. So you can do that. Even in, you have also local Moran and local Giri. You can also do that. And we will do the interpretation of it. So, as I said, clustering and clusters, they are different. Clustering, you have a sense, but you don't know where they are. But clusters, you are going now to pinpoint them. So by using the local measures. So in terms of the local measures, you can use, those who have done statistics, you can use, there is a measure called the statistical scan. You can also do that. And there is also local spatial statistic. It's another measure. But here we are going to use LISA, and that's what we're going to use. And in this, I'm just, like what I've said, it helps you to highlight the hot spots and the cold spots, you know, the outliers. So it depends on the, really on the topic or the research question that you have. It's very important if you understand what you want to achieve. And this is the formula. If you can see the formula properly, you will see that it's just related to local, it's related to Moran's it's like the average, you know, per space. But you read the slide later. So these are the formulas and how they are related with global. In terms of how do you now infer or decide, the same, analytical and permutation. You can do the same. So there's nothing. So before we close this debate of spatial dependence, where how to measure spatial dependence, we know that we can measure it with Moran, I, or Giri coefficient. That is global spatial dependence. We can also measure local dependence. Why? Because global dependence, if there is spatial dependence, it just tells us clustering, but we don't know the clusters. So we can, if we want to go down and see the hotspot, outliers, depending on our topic, we can use LISA to measure that, to have an idea. But there is a problem, and I think Prof. Ngepa talked about it without knowing that he was talking about it. In one of his interventions where he was talking about, you just end up using the aggregated data. You know, if you can remember, Prof. Ngepa, you mentioned something like that when you were talking about the difficulties that we are facing in terms of collecting the location information. We talked about that sentence without knowing that we were talking about these things. So it is very important that we understand one thing. And the thing that I want to introduce to you, sorry, because I'm introducing in a haphazardly way, I should have done it in a proper way, but it is important that I do it now. They call it modifiable areal unit problem. What does it mean? It means that if you check properly, most of the data that we use, or the way we have explained things, you can picture that most of the data that you need, it will be aggregated data. So it will be data that is aggregated up to the municipalities level, data that is aggregated up to the ward level, data that is aggregated up to province level or country level. You see? Whereas we do have economic agents that are units. They are not aggregated. It's a real data, like household. You should normally have information of where that household is located. You should have information of where that company is located so that you do the analysis at micro level. But most of the time we do the analysis whether either at meso level or at macro level because of the aggregation. So now, this modifiable area unit problem comes in terms of, you might aggregate the data as we've just explained. You measure the spatial dependence, you find that there is spatial dependence, let's say at a municipal level. Does it mean that when you go down, you're going to also find the spatial dependence? Necessarily not. It could be because you've just aggregated the data, then you have the spatial dependence. But if you were given data at ward level and you calculate the spatial dependence, you might find that there is no spatial dependence at ward level. So you see, the problem of scale is very important. Spatial scale is very important. So you might find dependence at one scale and not in the other scale. So in that case, what do? The advice is that when you are interpreting your result, be very, very cautious. So if you are interpreting the result at municipal level, let's say crime at municipal level, don't say that people in Soweto, they steal a lot. No, you really do that. This is an aggregation. So your interpretation should be at the aggregate level. Let me give you an example. I'm working on a data, I told you, DHS data. DHS comes at the level of household. So you have household data and individual data. But you can aggregate that data at the clusters level. Cluster is an enumerated area. So you can aggregate the data. So I've aggregated the data at that level. So I'm looking at the relationship between education of the mother and the outcome in terms of health of the children, the infant from 0 to 5. You see? So I'm looking at, is when the mother is educated up to a certain level, does it explain that the child will also be in good health? You know, because we do have that information. So when you do that and you start interpreting, don't say that we found that mothers in South Africa, when they are educated, their child or their children, they stand a chance to be in good health. That interpretation is wrong. You need to say the count of mothers at the cluster level, because you've done the aggregation at the cluster level and you interpret now your result. Because someone might think that it's at the bottom level of the just individual, whereas it's at the aggregation. So it is important, you need to be aware of that. So that's why I wanted to bring it here, so that we are aware of that issue of modifiable area units. Maybe we will not have time to do an experiment. Maybe once you understand to do these things, maybe we can do an exercise on your own to try to verify, to check whether the areal modifiable unit is there. We do have data like community survey data. You have it at ward level, you have it at municipality. So you can do the same. The very same information at ward level, same information at municipalities, then you calculate the spatial dependence and see what you can learn from there. You might find that there is a modifiable areal unit. We are not saying that it's everywhere, but we are saying it's a problem that you need to take into account because of the scale of aggregation. You might find that when you aggregate at municipal level, there is spatial dependence. When you go to the ward level, there's still spatial dependence. But be aware that in certain circumstances, you might find that there is that difference. So that's what we wanted to bring in here. So I've already explained this. So let's now go to the last parts of this notion. I can see that we are not going to do the practical. I want to finish this, because if I finish this, when we start the practical, we'll do all of them at once. Even if we do it tomorrow morning, it's not a problem, because this is spatial econometrics now. Everything that I was trying to explain was just the building blocks that I was putting in place. So I started with what is spatial data. Then I gave the characteristics of spatial data. Then I talked about spatial dependence, which is one of the one important feature of spatial data. Then I talked about spatial neighborhood. How do we define neighborhood or close by? Because it's helpful so that we can calculate the spatial dependence. I also talked about a spatial weight matrix, which is a framework that we're gonna use from now on as we progress into the regression. So now let's talk about spatial econometrics itself. Let's talk about the estimation. That's why we are here. So let's start. Here I'm just giving you some definitions or some descriptions in terms of what is spatial econometrics. It is econometrics, but it's a branch of econometrics which deals with spatial aspects, whether it's in cross-sectional data, whether it's space-time observation. You see? Now that you know what spatial data is, you don't have to worry because you know what it is. So we are just adding now things together. We're saying that spatial econometrics is that branch of econometrics that deals with spatial data, you know, which are present in cross-section or in panel data. So it has some techniques, method that someone can use so that we are able to do the regression. So that's what it is. So it's not different. The only difference is the spatial data as we've defined that, and the method of estimation because of that element of space. So we need to take that into account. So that's what it is. So in spatial econometrics, we deal with what we call spatial effects. Remember I talked about the dependence. I also talked about heterogeneity. You remember heterogeneity in terms of the changing pattern of that spatial dependence. So we can deal with that also. So it could be spatial dependence or spatial heterogeneity. But here we are going to focus mostly on spatial dependence, and I'll give you the reason why we're going to focus on that. And first of all, I'm just repeating what I've said in terms of spatial dependence in the three sub-bullets. So I'm not going to say it again, but it's just a repetition so that we understand again what is spatial dependence. Spatial heterogeneity, maybe that's where I should insist on, because when I introduced it, I said I will come back to it. Spatial heterogeneity happens when there is that changing kind of, the structure is changing. You know, it's like when you talk about I've never studied the time series. I only pick up here and there. In time series, you talk about breaks, there are breaks or whatever. So it happens also here. So the patterns is changing. So it's not here in one area it's positive, in the other area it might not even exist, in the other area it is negative. So that changing, that's what we call spatial heterogeneity. You see? So there is a set of, or there are methods, specific method to deal with that. So it's not spatial econometric models that we are going to see here. So we deal with that in geographically weighted regression. So it's another topic that we can cover on another day to deal with spatial heterogeneity. And for people who are doing spatial statistics, there is also what we call local regression. It's like a moving window. You know how you do the moving average? So it's like you've got a window. Every time when you move, you calculate an average. The same logic applies also even for geographically weighted regression. So you move on the space so that you can calculate. And you can also use a hierarchical kind of model, but using the Bayesian approach. We are not going to deal with that. we focus on spatial dependence. So we introduced that the notion of heterogeneity just for us to know that it exists. But in this model, or in this class, or in this workshop, we deal with spatial dependence. So that was, let me, this example is just to show you what we mean by heterogeneity. You see like this one, you can see there is spatial dependence because this one and this one, then if the colors represent the values and the cells represent the spaces, you can see that they are similar values. Even these one are similar, even this one are similar. So you can say, if you calculate the spatial dependence, you might find that it's there. But without seeing this, you can just conclude that there is spatial dependence and you start dealing with spatial dependence. Whereas there is heterogeneity. Let me show you. You see, the colors are different here. It means that the values are different also. But when you come here, you see that the color is more, a little bit clearer, or this 6 than this. It means that the pattern has changed. The spatial dependence is there, but it has changed. When you come here again, it's there, but it has changed. When you come here again, it's there, it has changed. When you come down, so that's what we call heterogeneity. So it's very important that depending on your topic, you can look at it. And sorry to use the example of Jalik, he's my friend, my classmate. Jalik, you were looking at some, I remember I read, or you presented something on agriculture and see the productivity, and you look at the regions. And when I was looking at it, I said, if Jalik had the data for not only countries, but regions, he could have also considered heterogeneity, you see, because these regions that we were looking at in East Africa, they could be that one region in Tanzania is a neighbor to a region in Uganda, for instance. And because of that, the pattern will be, they will be more closely related and showing dependence than this another region in Tanzania, but which is far away. So if you consider now spatial heterogeneity, you can learn something from that. Taking all the Eastern African regions as one study area, but you are now focusing on trying to find out in terms of the differences. It could be that this region, they are the same because they share the same lake or they share the same soil type, then others in the same country. So it depends, like I'm saying, on your topic, the research that you are working on. So it's very important. So this is an example of spatial heterogeneity. Although we are not going to dwell in it, it was just to show you that it exists. So if we want further discussion, we'll do it maybe later on after this. So before we start now with spatial econometrics, let me give you the dimensions of spatial econometrics. And I think they apply to any econometric model or branch. So first of all, you need to specify your model, because that's where you study the relationship or the structure of the dependence. Like in this case, you need to specify what we are interested in. Yes, of course, the relationship, like we do in any regression, but we need to see the structure of that dependence. How do you specify it? Remember when we were talking about spatial dependence, we were focusing on univariates. So it could be Y, which is crime. So now if we want to model the relationship between Y and other variables, but in an environment where space is considered, how do you take that into account? Because the spatial dependence exists. So specification of that structure is important. How you test that, it's very important also. And the estimation, very critical. And there is the last one, prediction. So you can do prediction, but we are not going to do it here. We'll just do the 3. So these are the 4 dimensions. But before we go further, let me now talk about some fallacies, which are I've already started talking about it in a certain way when I was talking about you analyze the individual and which you aggregate or you can't even aggregate, but you start giving interpretation as if they were aggregates. So you need to, particularly it happens a lot in spatial econometrics. And we are not even aware that we are doing that. Where you see someone, for instance, I'm giving an example, you read the slide, but I'm giving an example of someone using the Y, the dependent variable, which is aggregated, but the predictors are not, they are at individual level without knowing, and you start interpreting. No, you can't do that analysis. You have to compare, or you have to put things that are the same level. If your Y is aggregated at municipal level, your X's should also aggregate it. And sometimes you do have those kind of situations. So you need to be aware of that. And sometimes there is spatial econometrics, spatial dependence, there is also hierarchy. You see hierarchy, there are certain data, particularly survey data, they are presented in a hierarchy. And sometimes you don't know which one are you dealing with. Is it hierarchy? Because in the hierarchy, normally it's group effect that we want, but spatial dependence is something else. It's neighbors. Neighbors are not necessarily belonging to the same group. So you need to do that and to be aware of that. But nowadays, we do have a spatial model that have been developed that can deal with both spatial dependence and hierarchy, you see? But in terms of the hierarchy, there are certain methods that we can deal with. For instance, mixed model, or you can use conditional autoregressive so that we can deal with that. All these are things that we can learn in spatial data analysis. That's why I was saying spatial data science, because of all these. They are not part of what we normally know as spatial econometrics. You see, that this model, I've used this one in one of my research. So it's not really, it's spatial analysis, but it's not the kind of spatial econometrics. Even the geographical weighted regression, I've used it. So it's not really spatial econometric model that we are used to, or that we are going to talk about here. So you need to take that into account. So let me jump this for time. So this slide is, if the rest you didn't understand, please pay attention on this, because this is the meat. This is why we do spatial econometrics. So we are giving the motivation for specifying a certain model where you account for spatial effects, which is in this case spatial dependence. Let's assume model one. You know it. We are in cross-section, isn't it? So Y is a vector of the dependent variable, and the I is just the index to say I goes from 1 up to n, the number of spatial units. Then X is a matrix of your predictors. Then you have your error term, and you assume it's normally distributed and zero mean and the variance that is constant and so forth and so on, which is very good. So now, an implication of this situation where I is represent region and so forth and so on, one implication of this model means that I means also, which does not appear here, but it's there because it's part of the assumption. It means that the error term in I, or the residual that we're gonna calculate in I, is not explained by, or does not explain the error term in J in the other region. So it's part of the assumption that we made. So there is no correlation between the error term. It's part of the condition that we put, but doesn't appear here. So we say the error terms should not be correlated. We normally say that. It's one of the reasons. There it appears. So we are saying that the correlation between error term in I and in J is 0. So there is no relationship. Take that. But now let's come back to what we're discussing in variance. As we've seen that variable Y, if it's crime, it can be characterized by spatial dependence. And you know spatial dependence, what it means. We define spatial dependence as to say that y in region I is explained by the level or the average or whatever I in its neighbors. So that's what spatial dependence is. If this is the case, then model 1 is wrong, because by assuming that there is no correlation, it's also assuming that y I and y z are not correlated. Then it's wrong. It's wrong. It means that this assumption that we are making here is a wrong assumption. Because if we calculate, we estimate this model, we'll come up with, if we want to calculate this one, that it won't be 0 again. It will be something else to show that there is dependence. And that dependence comes because of the dependence of y. Because y in area I is connected or depends on y in other areas. It could be j, it could be other areas that are neighbors to I. So that's very important. So if we have that understanding, let's proceed. So let's assume that we've got only 2 regions. Region I, which is 1 in this case, and the region J, which is 2. So now let's break the model, because the model 1, as we've written it, it's a model that represents everything. But now let's break this model. We just write the line, the equation for region 1, then the equation for region 2, to see that there is a problem. So when we write it, knowing that there is spatial dependence, we say y in I, in region I, is explained by alpha I y in region G. Do we agree with me? Because that's what we said, there's dependence. If there is dependence, that's what it means. Dependence means that it is explained by that. Then it is also explained by the rest of its own characteristics. So it's an equation. Then we go back to, we also go to region 2. We say region 2, which is J, yj is explained by alpha j of y I, because I am neighbor to my neighbor, and the neighbor also is my neighbor. So y in the second region is also explained by the y in region I. That's what I said. I mentioned to say there is a difference between autocorrelation, the way you understand it in time series, and in spatial. In spatial, it's both ways, you see? But in time series, it's just one way. It's only the past that can explain the present or the future, but not the opposite. So what do you see in this model? These are 2 lines. Then we now put the assumptions to say epsilon or the error term is normally distributed, whatever, for region 1, and for region 2 we put that. This equation, we call it simultaneous equation, isn't it? Because while we are explaining this, we need also to take into account of this. So there is that simultaneity. And this model represents the true model in terms of what we've said in terms of the spatial dependence. So if one runs this equation 1 without specifying this model is going to suffer from what we call missing variables. And what are the missing variables? Missing variables are these ones. They are not there in this model. They are not taken into account in this model. And because of that missing variable, this condition that we've put here will not be satisfied. So this is the motivation of including spatial specification in the model, because it will lead you not to have the missing, or not to have this situation where it will be different from 0 because of the missing variable. So this is just a simple way of trying to justify why in the specification you need to take account of this. Now the question becomes, here we've explained with just 2 regions. Let's say you've got 100 regions or 300. So it means that you will do that interaction for each of one of them. So it becomes difficult. How do you specify a model like that? So it will be I1 up to I100. It includes all its interaction, all it becomes, you can see that it becomes even, it's not feasible. So that's why the notion of spatial weight matrix is important. So we're gonna use the spatial weight matrix so that we can frame that in a way that instead of putting all the neighbors that they interact with, we put them in a spatial weight matrix so that we can have the average of the neighbors. So it won't be for each neighbor, but it will be the average. Whatever we'll have here, it will be a number that will represent the effect of the neighbors. And the spatial weight matrix, the way we're putting 1 and 0, it was on purpose so that the 0 means that they are not neighbors, they will eliminate themselves. Where they are neighbors, there will be very few, then we'll take them and get an average. Whatever number that we'll have here, it will be the number that represents the effect of the neighbors. You see the importance of the spatial weight matrix. So if there are other ways, if intelligent people find as we go along another way of doing it, yes, we'll do it. But for now, this is a best way of doing it. Otherwise, we cannot, if we want to take account of the neighbors the way we've done it with 2 regions, it is impossible, it is not feasible. So this is the motivation of why we should specify spatial effects when they are there. That's very important. We need to specify that. And you might ask me the question to say, how do you know? So you start with your dependent variable, you check it, univariate moral. If it's dependent, then it shows you that they could be, then you can specify this. But we've gone past that stage now, because spatial dependence is not only for the dependent variable, it can happen in different forms and different ways. So that's why in the next slide, I'm going to show you the kind of spatial interaction that are possible that we need to take into account. But what you need to understand from this stage is when this notion came, it started from here. And from here, we migrated, we progressed to say we can include other things, because spatial dependence can also happen in the excess. And I'll give you an example of the excess, why it can happen. It can also happen even in the error term. And I'll show you the example for why it's happening. We are left with 20 minutes. Let me rush quickly so that we can finish. We'll do the practical tomorrow. So I've already talked about this. So let me talk about the taxonomy of spatial interaction or spatial effects. Now that we understand the motivation why spatial econometrics or specification is important, so we can now transcend a little bit, not limit ourselves to just the dependent variable. So we do have interactions in 4 ways. The first one is an endogenous interaction effect. It's where the dependent variable in a region A is dependent on the dependent variable on region B, like the one that we've done, or vice versa, like the one that we've done, the first one of Y. So that is called those kind of, if we specify that, we see that there is what we call endogenous interaction, spatial interaction, we can call it interaction, it's okay. The second one is exogenous. So exogenous, it means that X in, X is your predictor. X in B is dependent of Y in region A, or explains Y in region A and vice versa. You see? And we call that exogenous because it's not the dependent variable, it's exogenous. And let me give you an example. And the good example is crime. You take Alexandra still, and I'm very sorry, I'm not using this example to minimize, I'm just using it so that we can understand. So don't misinterpret me. So what I'm trying to say is that you take Alexandra, you take Santon, and we want to understand crime, the relationship between crime and poverty level, you see? And crime is your Y, and poverty level is your X. And you consider these as regions, these two. And you want to explain crime in Alexandra by putting poverty level of crime in Santon by X in Santon will be poverty level. But it could be that the level of poverty in Alexandra can push people from Alexandra to go and steal in the neighboring region. So that's where the X can also come from. So you can't just limit yourself to the dependent variable. It could be that the X's in a region can also explain what is happening in the other region, and vice versa. It could be that because the level of poverty is so low in Santon that the level of crime in Alexandra can go down because of that, and for many reasons, you see. So that's what we call exogenous interaction. So you can also do that. Interaction effect in the error term. So this is the third one. Interaction in the error term can happen, and it happens where the error term in region A is affected by the error term in region B and vice versa. Because of what? Because of what we call some shocks, which we cannot measure, but they are in the error term. Let's say, like in the case of Jean-Luc, who was studying the productivity of agriculture and certain products that you want to look at in regions. And let's say it doesn't take account of drought that had happened in certain regions, and it's not aware of that. So by studying the model, you might find that there is noise in the error term, and that noise is not just for one region, but it's spatially correlated. There is spatial dependence in that noise. It's because those regions were affected by drought at the same time. So the one shock that affected them at a similar manner, so that's why we see that. So you can also do that in spatial econometrics. So that's what we call interaction effect in the error term. It's possible to do that. So those three, I said it 4, but it's 3, sorry for that. So there are 3. Now that we have the understanding of those 3, we can now talk about the specification of spatial model or spatial econometric model, because now we understand, first of all, the motivation of why spatial econometrics, why specifying a model where you need to take account of spatial dependence. And we've transcended now to the level where we are now talking about different interactions that might happen. So let's look at the specification. The first model, which is called Clifford or Clifford type model, it's a general kind of model. And Kelly-Jan and Brucha, this guy, I had an opportunity to meet this guy. He taught me in 2019, a very sharp guy. You need to meet him. He's a passionate guy of spatial econometrics. You can go and Google him. You'll find he has done a lot of work. And he's I don't know if he's he's emeritus. No, he's still teaching, yeah. They've popularized this model of Clifford. I think model of Clifford is in the 70s, maybe, yeah. But they've popularized it now. And this is the model. So the model, as you can see, Y. Now we've put the spatial weight matrix there, as I told you, to represent the effect of the neighbors of Y. Then X's is there. Then for the X's, again, we've put not only X's without spatial weight matrix, and with spatial weight matrix, delta, so this is the coefficient, vector of coefficient, and U, but we are saying U is also having this spatial kind of interaction, where it depends on the spatial weight matrix and the coefficient there is rho, then this is the U that is noise free, the one that is normally distributed as it is there. As you can see, we can explain this. But let's go back to what we were talking about, the interactions. This is the endogenous interaction. So this one is capturing the endogenous interaction because it's dependent. This one is dependent, predictors or independent and dependent. So delta here is capturing that exogenous. So this one, the rho, is capturing in the interaction is in the error term. So that's why we call this a general model, because it encompasses all the interaction that we just discussed. So this model is doable. You can do this model, but the question that you might ask me, how and why, it depends still on your research topic or research question that you have. But there is a lot of debates. This guy, Kelly-Jan and Brucha, they've defined how to model this. There are even software, functions to do it. But there is still debate to say this model, you cannot estimate it as it is. So there is that debate. So because of that debate, and because we call this as a general model, you can impose some restrictions on this model. Now that we have it, we can impose some restrictions. The first restriction that we can impose, first of all, this one we are calling it lambda, we are calling it spatial autoregressive coefficient. That's the terms that we need to know. Rho, we are calling it spatial autocorrelation coefficient. So in the software, sometimes they take the other one as the rest. Like here, in the software, like in R, you'll see that when they report, they give you rho, and this one becomes lambda. So it's just how people prefer to note it. But the most important thing is that when it's for endogenous interaction, you call it spatial autoregressive coefficient. When it's for the error, you call it spatial autocorrelation. The rest, you can call it delta, but you can, but they are interested in this because when the model started, it started with this and this. The rest here was really not there, was not popularized, but we'll see as we go along. So we can impose some restrictions on this model, this one. We can say the first restriction, group of restrictions, we say lambda is different from 0, but rho is 0 and delta is 0. So if delta is 0, so this falls away and this one falls away. So then we'll have y, lambda, w matrix y plus xb plus this epsilon, which is what we have here. We call it spatial lag model. So spatial lag model only looks at endogenous interactions. That's what we started with. It's one of the most popular spatial model. And this is just the restriction. It's for computational purposes that they restrict lambda to be less than 1. And it has to do also with the standardization of this matrix. So don't worry about that. And we've explained it. So that's one model, the first model, and the second model. So apart from, I forgot to mention that this is called SARAR. It's called spatial autoregressive with additional autoregressive error structure. They call it SARAR, and they put 1 just to refer to, in time series, you have autoregressive of first order, and maybe they wanted also to do that. And so the second group of restriction, you can say lambda is 0, but rho is different from 0, but delta is also 0. So this is it. Let's go back here. Lambda is 0, this one falls away. Delta is 0, this one falls away. Then we have y is equal to xb beta plus u, which u is rho w matrix u plus epsilon. So this second model is what we call, the third model is called spatial error model. We capture the interaction in the error terms. And when we started, when spatial econometrics was being popularized, it was very difficult for people to explain spatial error model, its relevance. I don't know, it depends now on the research question that you have, you might find that some reviewers tell you, what is this model? Because this one we can explain at least, but this one, it depends on the topic, but it's there, it exists, it's a reality. So it's up to you now to find a way of trying to define yourself. So you can also put another restrictions like this one. We impose lambda is 0, rho is 0, delta is 0. So if everything is 0 where there is a spatial matrix, this one is 0, this one is 0, this one is 0, we come back to the normal model that we have, the OLS model that we know. There it is. So the OLS model is embedded in this model. So we call it, normally we call it non-spatial linear model. So this is, you can also put another group of restrictions so that we can have spatial Debian model. It also used, particularly people who are looking at technological spillovers, and you can use this one. So the restrictions are that lambda is 0, is different from 0, rho is 0, but delta is different from 0. Let's go back to it. Lambda is different from 0, it's stand. This one is stand, but this one also we say it's different from 0, it's stand, but rho is 0. So we have what we call spatial Debian model. Spatial Debian model captures endogenous interaction and exogenous interaction, but not the interaction in the error term. So that's the spatial Debian model, very popularized by Jean-Paul Lesage, James Lesage, sorry. He is the one that is popularizing this model. You can also do what we call spatial Debian error model. So where you say this is 0, this is 0, no, this is 0, this is not 0, this is not 0. So you have interaction in the exogenous and in the error term. So you have what we call spatial Debian error model. There it is. So spatial Debian error model. So you can also now do the last one. The last one is spatial lag SLX model. It came just recently, they've developed recently. You say, this is 0, this is not 0, so different from 0, this is 0. So you have y is equal to x beta plus, normally I should have, I think I made a, yeah, it's okay. Delta, this, so this is spatial lax model, this is 0, and they call it spatial Debian linear model or spatial lagged X. So that's what it is, you can see it. So those are the kind of model that we've seen that exist that we can specify. Now that I want to talk about estimation, I want to ask you your permission. Can you give me 10 minutes? I will finish the estimation. Can you give me 10 minutes?
Yes, from
we've got the senior professor here. Okay, they give me. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes.
So 10. Okay.
Yes, we support you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the 10 minutes. I will just talk about the estimation so that tomorrow when we come, we just start with the practical. So how do you estimate this model? Let's start with SARA and let's impose the restriction that we've imposed so that we can have a spatial lag model. You remember in spatial lag model, we say that delta is 0 and rho is 0. Or we'll have spatial lag model. Or we can use spatial Debian model. In spatial Debian model, it's rho which is 0. So we can combine these two, just put it together, because what the major feature that is common is the rho. You can see that the rho is 0 here. So instead of writing the SLM model where we had y and lambda w matrix y plus xb plus epsilon, remember there was x beta here because beta was just the representing the vectors of the predictors. So now we are saying we put z. Z represent x, which is good, and also y I think I'm mistaken here. There should be, it's YX here. Excuse me. I'll correct that. It should be YX. It's WX, not WY, because the X is for SDM, for exogenous. I will correct that. I will send you the latest one. I will correct here. Let me take notes here. So it should be X. So if it's X, so we replace Z there, so that if it's X is, if this one is 0, it means that it's SLM. If it's there, it's SDM. So that's the purpose why we've put that there, so that we can, while we're explaining how to estimate one, it also applies to the second without any problem. Because what matters the most is this one. That's where we are interested in. So this equation, as you see it, we can rewrite it different way. Which way? You see Y here and Y there. In mathematics, you can't evaluate this. You need to put Y on the same side. That's what we were taught, and that's what we know, because you can't evaluate in this way. So you need to put Y this side. By putting Y this side, imagine it will be Y minus lambda WY, then it will be here equals to Z Xi. Xi, yeah, this is Xi, that's how we pronounce it, Xi plus epsilon. So that's what it will be. Because we have Y here and there are other things, so we can put that Y as evidence. So to say Y, then we put brackets. So we'll have a matrix of 1, which is the matrix of identity, minus lambda W. Then we can put that, we can now leave Y here and put back that, what we've put in bracket, which is matrix of identity minus lambda W here, but it will be on the denominator. So it will be divided by that. And because we have 2 elements here, we can put that thing that we've put on the denominator up there with the sign minus of its power, which in this case is power to 1. So it will be Z chi plus epsilon multiplied by matrix of identity minus W bracket minus 1, because it was down here. Now we are putting it up. So that's what we've done. So we've jumped some stages. So now it's here now. That's what appears now. You can see we've eliminated, there isn't Y anymore. So now we can estimate this model, because there isn't Y. That's what we've done. There is no Y here. You can now estimate this model, but the challenge becomes now, remember, we say that one of the conditions is to say your error term shouldn't be correlated or related to your X's. It's when you do your OLS. So this formula, the fact that it is there, it means that we might find that there is a problem. So let's do with using expected sign. So let's try to evaluate this. Normally it should be X's here. I think I made a mistake. No, it's correct. Yeah. When you evaluate it, it's just an evaluation. I will check back again whether I made a mistake somewhere here. This is important. Why we shouldn't use OLS? Because there is a relationship. There is the relationship between Y and epsilon and this is not 0. It's different from 0. Whereas in OLS, we normally say it should be 0. There shouldn't be any relationship. So because of that, we cannot use OLS. That's one of the reasons. But I will check if I made a mistake somewhere here, because I was jumping some stages. I need to check again. I will confirm tomorrow. Because of just this, whether I confirm, but you will have something like this. So you will have something which is different from 0, just because of this thing that you've put here. That's why you cannot use OLS. you need to use other method. And those methods are maximum likelihood or two-stage least squares that we can use to estimate SLM and SDM. And here I'm showing you the procedure. You can read this because we said it's applied. We are not going to read it. So this is the function of log likelihood equation, where you now, because you want to maximize these, the log likelihood of getting these estimates so that this function is maximized. So these are the things that we should estimate: lambda, C, and the variance that you need to that we need to estimate. And these are the procedures that we can, how we can do it, and I'm discussing the procedure. So the most important thing that we need to take into account is this. It's because of this, what we've done here has led us to have this. And because we have this, it's different from zero, we cannot use least squares. So that's the main reason. And that's what you should take into account. You read the slide. So let's go back now to here. I'm explaining now the procedure of estimating it in likelihood. It's not a problem we can read. So in terms of the spatial error model, we can do the same as we've done with spatial Debye model and spatial lag model. But here it's spatial error model and spatial Debye error model, because the common feature of them is to say that lambda is 0. And because lambda is 0, we can write the very same. I think I made also the very same mistake here again. I will check again there. So you can write it in this way. Once you write it in this way, you can check that in the deities, this is the equation, the totality. Normally it should be 22, shouldn't be, it should be 23 only. So because of this, U is here and is also there. We need to take it back so that we can evaluate. Once we take it back, we do the same exercise, and it will lead us to have this now. Now that we have this, we can put this and this together and evaluate. And if we evaluate, you can see that one of the conditions in the OLS is to say there shouldn't be correlation in the error terms. So that's what U is. So if we take the expected value of these, we are not going to find 0. We are not going to find the constant. The correlation was that we should find a constant kind of, the variance would be constant, you remember? But in our case, it will be a variance with a certain matrix score of covariance. So it won't be like the variance itself. It will be a variance and the covariance matrix of this form because of this element that we've put here. That's what has created this one. And because of this, you can't use OLS anymore because it's different from 0. And since it is different from 0, you can use the generalized least squares to do that. And this is the process of the generalized squares and the conditions, so you can know how to do it. So that's the first element. Or you can use the maximum likelihood. And this is the procedure for maximum likelihood that we've done with SLM. So you follow the same process. So the most important thing is, because of the spatial dependence, the way you've put it in the specification, you cannot use OLS. So that's what you should get in. So let me finish now with the SARR also. So the big model, you can also estimate the big model. I told you that you can estimate, although people think that you can't. So we rewrite again the big model, the general one, it is there. So you can see, because Y is here, you need to put it back, and U is here, we need to put it back. So we've done first for the Y, then you evaluate. You can see that you will have a problem for the Y. You check the variance, and it will give you a big monster. This is the monster that you have for this one, and up to this level. So you will have, this is what you will get. And this is represented by this. So you will have a monster. And it's very big in terms of the estimation. So you can do also for U, and this is for U. And for U, you will also not be able to have 0. You will have something else. which is different from 0. This is where it is. So this is what you will get at the end of everything. You will get this, which is different from 0. So you need to estimate it differently. Like you can use maximum likelihood, and you can also use the generalized spatial two-stage least square developed by Prucha, the one that I told you. So you can use this one. So it's because of these conditions that you cannot use OLS. You can't. Someone was saying, why don't you just multiply this by X? And no, you can't. There is why here. In mathematically, you can't do that. You need to evaluate it first by putting it on one side. You check it, you work out it, then you come back here. So that's how you do it. So this slide was just to show you that you cannot estimate with OLS. You can only estimate with maximum likelihood. You can only estimate with two-stage least squares, which we call, the other one is generalized. That's why we call them GMM. So in the notice, I talked about GMM and so forth and so on. But there is a critic, like particularly Abia, and I also had an opportunity to meet this one, is the president of the Spatial Econometrics Association. So he's criticizing the LM method. He wants us to use this method. So this method, LM, has got some drawbacks, and he's giving reasons. And yeah, so before I finish, let me stop sharing. Let me show you Abia's book. I don't know if you will be able to see it. This is the book, and I can show, can you see it? Yeah, on my, I don't know. This is the book of Abia, and this is my reference book that I'm using. I don't know, you can't see it. It's okay. I will share.
Can you do it again?
With you. You can buy.
Can you?
This is the book.
Can you just show us again slowly? Just slowly. Yeah. A primer for special.
Let me read it. A primer for spatial econometrics with applications in R. A primer for spatial econometrics with application in R. It's a book that maybe professors, you can recommend the library to have it, so that it can be now on in our library. So this is my reference book. Everything that I was talking about, I took it from here. So it's my reference book. So we are done with my slide. So let me just repeat in 1 minute. So we talked about spatial dependence. We understand what it is, and we understand that we can measure it, and you can also test it, whether it is significant or not. And for you to measure it, you need certain things. You need to define the neighborhood. What is the neighbor of the neighbor, or something like that. And the framework that you are going to use to define the neighborhood is the spatial weight matrix. And we've learned how to define to do the spatial weight matrix, even for the neighbors, the criteria that you should do. And we've also talked about that normally you will need to standardize your spatial weight matrix. And now we gave also the justification or the rationale for spatial econometrics, particularly using the case of where there is a spatial dependence in the dependent variable. And we've demonstrated that when there is that spatial dependence, you will run into problems when you specify a model, like if there isn't spatial effect. And the problem that you run into is the missing variables. So it will lead to you to have estimates that are wrong. And because of that, you need to specify a correct model. And we've also looked at the taxonomy. The reason was to say, although the rationale was on the spatial dependence of the dependent variable, but spatial interaction can take place in different forms. So we talked about endogenous interactions, which is the normal one that we started with, which is concerning the dependent variable. We also talked about the exogenous interactions, which concern or deal with the exogenous, so X to Y in the different regions and vice versa. And we talked about also of interaction in the error term. And we've seen the specification of the model, how you can specify going from the general model, and then you break them down and even the estimation why OLS is not suitable and why ML is suitable because it can deal with those issues. So tomorrow when we come back, we'll just start straight with the estimation, the practical. We'll do all the practical that we were supposed to do today. We're gonna finish them in the first 2 hours. Then we take the slide for that were supposed to be taken tomorrow. Then we finish. And I don't know if there is any.
Clement, I just want to plead that you should share the reference with us, the reference for that book, so that we can make arrangements.
Now, before we close the meeting. Yeah. Sorry, Prof.
I'm saying that if you can email the reference for that book, so that we can make some copies. Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
I would also love to find out if you know any other book that applies Stata. I want to have books that uses Stata and R.
No problem, Prof. I will do that. Like Pruka, most of his work is in Stata because he even work with the people that are developing the Stata in terms of, because it's from the US. So he told us that there is a grant that he received from the US government just to develop models or functions to deal with spatial econometrics in Stata. So Pruka, most of his work, it's in Stata. So Stata can also do that. I will do that.
Thank you very much. I think this was very useful. I actually spent last year to the UK to learn this thing you are teaching, and we spent 30,000 rands to do that.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Prof.
Now that I know you are there, we'll never do that again.
So what did you say? You spend how much?
We spent close to about 30,000 rand, excluding the fees, just for upkeeping of the student. But we paid something like another 20,000 rand for fees only. That's close to about 60,000 rand.
Yeah, that means now the money can just be given to Clement.
I tell you, now it's already spent. I'll ask UK to give us back.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues.
You're welcome.
If there is someone else, let me close here. Koketo, can you stop recording so that we close the meeting? You can close the meeting, but as you said, you will share it with participants.
Sorry, Doc.
Oh, Zukile, you can hear?
Yes, I have a small question. So I just want to check, normally with time series data, you'd have the data for different variables that is dependent and independent over a certain time. And when you estimate a model, it's assumed that those interactions would be estimated based on the data or over that period which you would have collected. So with the cross-section, my understanding is that those variables or the data of such variables that is dependent and independent would be collected at one point in time. So I just want to check how is the relationship between the dependent and independent variable estimated when the data is collected at just one point in time?
Yeah, you are in cross-section. In time series, you are not dealing with different units. You deal with, let's say you take South Africa. So it will be South Africa, GDP of South Africa from different years. Then you take another predictors of GDP. That will be for South Africa. But in cross-section, you don't have time dimension. You have only the cross-section. So you take GDP, not only for South Africa, but the GDP for different countries. Then you take also the corresponding predictors. So you now want to know the relationship between the predictors with the outcome. So you'll have variables that will be, I can understand where you come from. Maybe you've never done the cross-section. So you'll just do the regression, but your observations are not times. Your observations are these countries, you see. So it will be countries. Now you can, so that's how cross-section works. So I understand your question. It's if you are dealing with time series, when it comes to cross-section, it becomes a little bit complicated. So it's a different set of how you deal with things. In time series, you don't deal with countries or regions or whatever. You deal with one space, but different times. So your observations are times, but in this case, the observations are these units that you are dealing with. So maybe you need to, what I can advise you, you can read some literature on cross-section data so that, yeah, it will assist you, because what we are dealing with here is cross-section, but in spatial dimension. And you can also have, if God permits, we'll have another workshop where we deal with panel data, but in spatial data. There is no time series in spatial data. So yeah, that's the problem. I'm not able to answer, yes, maybe I didn't answer it the way you wanted, but I can see that you are dealing with time series. So that's why I'm recommending that, can you read some literature on cross-section so that we understand the difference between cross-section and time series, cross-section and panel data. When you see that, then it will be good. Is that okay, Zukile?
Yes, no, Doc, I do understand the difference. For instance, if without taking much time, what informs the estimates of a model that is estimated using time series data is the period within which the variables would be interacting with each other over that time. But with cross-section, what would be informing the estimates?
What will inform the estimate is
the coefficients. The coefficients, what would they be an outcome of, for instance?
Listen, in time series, first of all, in time series, like in cross-section, everywhere, whether it's time series or whether it's cross-section, what we are dealing with is the relationship. So even in cross-section, you deal with the relationship. But in time series, you take account of time. So in cross-section, you can also take account, like in this case of spatial econometrics, you will take account of the space. Let me give you an example. In time series, let's say time 2005, you collect GDP and you collect also unemployment. When you model when you specify your model, you say GDP IT. What does that mean? It's GDP for that, GDP for that time of period. Then what you are studying is not just time, it's the relationship. Although you are putting time as a dimension, what you are studying is the relationship between GDP and unemployment at that particular time. So you can also learn GDP and unemployment in that particular country. So you are just replacing time with space in this case. So GDP and unemployment in that country. But in your time series, GDP and unemployment at that time. You see the difference, where the difference is. So in time series, there is dimension of time. In cross-section, there is dimension of space, which I call space. It could be countries. So that's where the difference is. So, but both of them, they look at the relationship, but the difference will be in your interpretation. So you're gonna interpret to say GDP and unemployment for this period of time. But someone else who has done cross-section will say GDP and unemployment for this group of countries. This is the relationship. But yours will be GDP in South Africa for this time period. This is the relationship. So what you study is the relationship. So yeah, that's how I can quickly. But thanks a lot for asking the question, but I'm available. You can contact me on email. We can still deal with it. Koketo, are you there? Can you end the meeting? Sure. Koketo? I see my colleague Koketo is not, let me try to, Koketo? Hello, Koketo? It seems that she's not there. but she will end the meeting. So I'm just